Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. And the time is 5:04, and this is a regularly scheduled workshop of the Leander City Council. Today we're going to hear a presentation on the budget. So, I can confirm that we do have a quorum, and we can proceed. So, at this time, I'm going to call on Mr. Powell.
I'd like Mr. Pierce to kind of introduce this, and then I'll start with
Mayor, just to start us off, I want to remind you guys that I have now completed 5 weeks of tenure with 1 week vacation. And, it's been a daunting task for all of us to get our hands wrapped around this budget. And I just want you to know that the finance staff, certainly all the department heads, have spent a lot of time with me, and Robert, and David in trying to prepare a document that you can look at and let us know if you support that. So, we've been in meetings all the last 3 weeks, I guess, on budget. Robert's going to try to give you a good overview on where we are, and then, we can answer questions perhaps at the end if you'll allow him to go through his presentation, and then we'll go from there.
So, first I want to emphasize that this is an overview, so it's a summary of where we are in the budget process, and but all the directors are here to be able to dive deeper into some of the summary information once we get through the slides. So we won't cover everything that's in the slides that were sent out the other day, but it's there in case something comes up and we want to pull something up. But I want to just refresh some of the stuff that you saw at the retreat, how the city's fund structure is organized. We're going to talk a little bit more about debt, what types of debt cities can incur, and a couple of slides that show our current status. Some common tax rate terms, which become important as you go through the state statute process that you must follow to adopt the tax rate. So it's good to know the lingo, so to speak. We'll give an overview of the revenue outlook. Again, that's the rehash of some of the information from the retreat. Number 5 is a lot of detail. It's the requested supplements by the departments. We call supplements things that are new programs, new positions. And then I won't cover it in my presentation, but we have information and certainly here to talk about what we call the base budget. And that's the budget needed by the department to maintain current level of services. So you saw this slide at the retreat. Our fund structure is laid out in different categories depending on where the source of funds come from. Today, we're going to just spend time on the left-hand column under the major funds, the general fund, the utility fund, not so much in the golf fund, but a little bit. All right, debt, and I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can. Cities issue debt for a couple of reasons. This is not all of the reasons, but one reason to issue debt is to build capital improvement projects. Debt cannot be used for operations, at least not in the state of Texas. Question may come up, why not use cash if you have it? And we do. We have sizable reserves that we maintain for our charter and also for financial management. But 2 common reasons that you might not want to use cash when you could is you might want to save it for a larger project or something that a rainy day fund is what the state calls their reserve. So that's one reason you might not want to use cash that's on hand. Another reason that's commonly cited, and it's important, but it's kind of philosophical, is that why should today, the response is, why should today's taxpayers or the taxpayers that built up that cash reserve bear all of the cost of a facility that's going to benefit people for the next 20 and 40 years. So that's one reason you just kind of spread the cost over future beneficiaries. Types of debt that we talked about. General obligation bonds, those have to be approved by voters at an election. The last two elections in Leander were in 2006 and in 2016. Certificates of obligation can be issued by the city council after a public hearing and a vote. Voters do have a right to petition and call an election on that if they muster enough signatures on the petition. City council can also approve or issue revenue bonds, which are not paid from taxes, they're paid from fees or other revenues. We've done that a couple of occasions, notably the BCRUA debt is not tax pledge debt, it's revenue bonds. And the PIDs, all three PIDs are revenue bonds. So refunding bonds, those are bonds that are issued to refinance existing debt. So it's just like refinancing your mortgage, and you do that to save money. I'll skip over this, just go to the, it's in your handouts, but at the bottom, the tax rate. The city is legally obligated to pay its debts. When we go through the truth in taxation adoption process, debt is not part of the state caps. The state law limits the tax rate that you can levy to fund operations. But since debt that has been legally issued, you're legally obligated to pay it. There's not a cap on that debt. There is a cap that's so high that nobody is even close to that. This is a picture of our debt service with debt that's supported by property taxes. The blue area is principal payments. The red area is interest on those payments. The box in the top right corner shows the various issues of debt that have been, that represent these debt service payments. One thing to note, though, a lot of those issues, the series means the year they were issued. So a lot of that debt is refunding older debt. And the reason we did that was to take advantage of savings when interest rates drop, you want to refinance. So not all of that debt was what we call new money to build new projects. But when interest rates fall, if they fall enough, you want to refinance older debt. Typically, municipal debt is paid off over 20 years. So over time, that's why this chart is declining. The longer out we get, the more the debt is paid off. And you might hear people in the bond world, the financial advisors, talk about debt capacity. That's a term that represents the white space. It's an artificial term, but it means if you can afford $14 million, you're okay with that, and everybody's different. The financial advisors say, well, you've got capacity to issue more debt and layer it in as that red line starts to drop. So debt capacity does not mean an analysis of can you really afford that debt. It really means where's your tolerance and where are you at. But you'll hear that term thrown around. This is just the utility-funded debt paid for by revenues in the utility system. We hit our peak this coming fiscal year, a little over $12 million, and then it drops a little bit and then is level for a year. This does not include, obviously, any projected debt issues in the upcoming year. Here's just an example of what the debt's been used on in the last 10 or 12 years. So roads, fire stations, the police station, the BCRUA, 2012, the city bought the Sandy Creek Water Treatment Plant from the LCRA for $36 million, so that was debt. Just a recap of, now I'm getting into the revenue picture, where we are with the tax rate. You can see in the last 3 or 4 years, the total rates going down from 63 cents to a proposed 54 cents in the preliminary budget that staff is working on. The tax rate is broken into 2 pieces, operations and debt service. Quickly on terms you will hear during the process. Truth in taxation, just that's the catch-all phrase that people talk about to describe all of the state laws that apply to how you adopt a tax rate. So the effective tax rate is not a real rate, it's a hypothetical rate, but it's important to understand what it means. And it's the rate that if you applied it to the current tax base, excluding all the new growth in the past year, it's the rate that would generate the same amount of tax dollars that we did last year. So what rate do you need the state asks you to determine what rate would you need today to bring in the same money you did last year? And that's important because it then you do the same calculation for maintenance and operations side of the tax rate. You add that to what you need for debt, and that comes up, that gives you a rollback rate. Currently, the rollback rate is 8% more than the effective, plus your debt. And if you go over that, then the voters can petition for an election to roll you back. That changes next year. This new state law lowers the increase to 3.5%, and if you go over that, it's an automatic election. So it's quite a bit more stringent. Okay, you saw some of these slides at the retreat. Next year's revenues are up. Some of the major categories on the right-hand side: property taxes, sales taxes, development fees, and everything else. So that's what we have to work with. The tax base has increased over the last several years. We are projected to be at 6.3 billion tax base. Then there are some exemptions for homesteads and senior citizens, and that brings our taxable base down to $5.7 billion. So that's what we're working with next year. Again, that's just in percentage form, the different major fee types. I want to highlight this chart because that number is important, 1,735,000. When we take our revenue projections for next year, we're fairly confident we know what the tax base is, even though it's not certified yet from Travis County. We have good projections on sales tax and development fees. When we take that revenue and subtract the department's base budget, we're left with 1,735,000. That's where we're at now with working with Mr. Gordon and the budget. That is the funds available for us to fund new programs, new employees, new things. So that's why that number is important. When we get to the supplements, there's many more things that the departments need or could productively use money for, but we only have 1,700,000 if we're going to maintain a balanced budget, which we have to do. So I'll hopefully sit through these, but it's I didn't put this up first because it's my department, but it just fell that way. But this will give you an idea how those equaled, in my department, $440,000. And at this point, the manager's recommendation would be $110,000. That would include an assistant purchasing agent. We currently have one purchasing agent, Ms. Simonton. She's also the general services manager that handles a staff of 4, but there's not another purchasing assistant. Yes, sir.
When we see a figure and it's based on person, adding person, does that include benefits? Or
Yes, that includes benefits. In some positions, it might include a computer, and other positions, such as public safety or public works, it often includes a vehicle. So,
thank you.
But thank you for bringing that up. So it's salary and benefits and
Robert, let me add real quickly. We started off at $8.7 million in supplemental requests.
yes.
So we had to get back down to that 1.7 amount. So you can do the math and see what we've been doing for the last several weeks, is trying to determine what's the most justified request and what we might be able to fund. So that's how far we've come in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
So I'll try to zip through these so that it'll have more time for y'all to ask questions and come back to any of these pages. Public information, requested positions and other programs. It's not recommended to City Council. These were created based on what we understood some of the priorities were in the discussions at the retreat. So if they're not accurate, no harm bringing it up to us. But at this point, the manager's recommendation is $7,500 for consulting services and $5,000 for neighborhood engagement activities. No new increase in library staff. Information technology, their number 1 priority was an information security officer. That's recommended to be funded, as well as priorities 3, 4, and 5, which are IT things that I can't explain. So Paul's here to explain those, but they're important for our network security, reliability, backup, and maintenance and management. In the planning department, 2 positions were requested. The manager is recommending the planning clerk, which is their number 1 priority. In public works, let's see, 8, 10, 11 positions were requested. 4 are being recommended. 1 additional position in the traffic and streetlight sign maintenance crew. That would go from 2 currently up to 3. 3 new maintenance workers, and then additional contract services for signal maintenance. The pavement management study, which some of you that have been on the council in the past know about. Our 5 years is up, and it's time to do a complete reassessment of the city streets and do a new priority of payment programs. And then some equipment that's 19, 20 years old. In engineering, an additional construction inspector position. This is one where a vehicle is in that $115,000 figure, as well as the salary and benefits. In parks and recreation, a number of positions were requested in advance of the seniors activity center opening, as well as maintenance at Lakewood Park and staff at the main office. The manager at this point is recommending 2 of the maintenance workers, and then some of the equipment that will be needed at Lakewood Park. Police department actually goes on 2 pages, but their number 1 priority was the original 5 officers. The police department goes through a annual workload analysis. And out of that, they generate, it's a third-party review, and out of that is generated where their staffing shortages are apparent. Their number one priority was 5 officers. The manager is recommending 4. There are 2 vehicles recommended in that $460,000 figure. Their second priority, a CALEA manager. CALEA is the Law Enforcement Accreditation Agency. Previous person that did that was a uniformed sergeant. She is promoted to lieutenant. So the department's looking for a non-uniform civilian with experience in that area to oversee the accreditation program. The $53,000, which is budget for +1 TCO. Can't get more geeky than that, but I did that. +1, TCO is a dispatcher, telecommunications officer. Several years ago, the department was having difficulty maintaining 100% staffing due to turnover. So they were allowed to hire an additional dispatcher. They have 9 positions budgeted. They were allowed to hire up to 10. Over the year, with vacancies, the funding would stay below what was budgeted. So, however, last year was a little different. They were staying full staffed. And so the recommendation was, we're not having the savings we used to. We need to fully budget for that. Chief Minton can also explain the staffing needs in dispatch as the number of officers grow. In code enforcement at the top, Chief has recommended 1 additional code enforcement officer. They currently have 2. This would make a 3rd. The recommendation of $65,000 deletes the vehicle, and what the reason we're recommending that is we're trying to get down to the $1,700,000. What we would do is we would take a used vehicle that's scheduled for auction out of the police department and temporarily let this person use that until possibly next budget year. Try to get that funded at that point. So in the fire department, the number 1 priority was fire station number 5, but due to some of the delays in kicking off the construction, we believe that this is going to slide into next fiscal year. So it's not being denied, but it may not be necessary until the next fiscal year. They're also asking for an inspector in the fire marshal's office. That's $125,000. Again, similar to the code enforcement officer, the vehicle would be provided with a surplus vehicle that would otherwise go to auction temporarily. Some other minor things in their department. In building inspections, the building official is asking for an additional plan reviewer. This is a negative number because currently a significant amount of their work for plan reviews is outsourced to a third-party firm. And the department believes that with an in-house person working full-time, 40 hours a week, that they could save more than the cost of that salary. So it's a net reduction of $45,000. Here's what Mr. Pierce was talking about. The total requests were over $8 million. Where we're at today is $1,882,000, so we're still about $100,000 off of where we want to be. utility fund, it's a little different picture. The utility fund is self-supporting. The revenues from new construction and customers generate the funds to pay for the operations. In the utility billing office, meter storage is just a Connex box, and the IBM computer needs to be replaced. AMR upgrade. AMR is the automatic meter reading meters. All since 2007 or 8, all new construction, the meters are automatic reads. You don't have to write the number down anymore. You just drive by and read it. But we still have almost 8,000 in the ground that are old that need to be wholesale replaced. So this $1.8 million would replace all 8,000 of those.
Mr.
meters.
Powers?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, what is the lifespan on those? Like, how often do they need to be replaced?
Well,
If you know.
There are two metrics. Well, there's three. One is whenever it stops reading, it needs to be replaced.
Minor detail.
Minor detail. Some cities automatically replace it at 10 years. Other cities have a usage amount, say 1 million gallons. And we have a significant amount that are past both of those metrics. What we're trying to do in-house is anything over 2 million, but we think we can do about 500 a year.
Okay.
So we're not going to get there at this rate. So this would hire a company to come in and do all 7,000, 8,000 in a year's time.
Wow. Okay,
So,
thank you.
okay. The last two are we need more discussion internally about preparations in the future for when we expect to take on debt service for the deep water intake at the BCRUA, as well as the wastewater treatment plant expansion in Round Rock. The idea here is that we save some of our cash reserves, put them in a separate fund to build up some cushion when that time comes. Wastewater, and this is the last slide on the supplements. Not wastewater, the utility fund, but under Mr. Womack's department. Their number one supplement is a hydro excavation truck and an employee. They have a number of additional employees requested that the manager has recommended that be included in the utility fund budget. Last year and this year, the utility fund is healthy. There was a time not too long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, that it was not as robust. So we're still playing some catch up on staffing, as well as keeping up with the growth in the city. We're over 18,000 accounts. This is the last slide that I wanted to cover. So the base budget, again, this is the budget that the departments have submitted that maintains their current level of service delivery, same programs, no new employees. The second to last column on the right is where we're at today, and you can see the percent changes on the right compared to the current year's budget. The city manager's budget, the big increase is because we are moving, the proposal is to move the assistant city manager out of the planning department's budget into the city manager's assistant city manager was in the planning budget in prior years is because he was hired as development services director and then promoted. So this is just realigning that. All of the other slides are just related to some of the base budget that you saw at the retreat. I want to leave some time for you to ask questions and go from there.
Refresh my memory, what's non-departmental again?
Non-departmental, those are expenditures that do not have they're not part of a director's overview, such as the Clausen's solid waste contract, the city's liability and property insurance with TML, those sort of things that don't have a director managing those funds, but you still got to pay some of those bills.
That makes sense, thank you.
So under economic development, you have a 19.6%, even though we don't have a director, or are you counting a salary for a director in those figures?
The budget includes two positions.
Okay.
The increase is due to an additional $150,000 in agreements that have been approved. The largest one being with the Texas Depository, Gold Depository. That incentive agreement has a payment, an annual payment of $100,000 a year for, I think, 5 years. Not sure. But also some other agreements with St. David, the engineering firm, that now that those have been approved, those basically they're tax rebates.
So I have a question about the meters again. And you may not know, is it a requirement that they be replaced? Or is this just in anticipation of them needing to be replaced?
It's not a requirement, but Mr. Watts and Mr. Womack can speak more intelligently. But they do slow down. There is an accuracy issue, which probably benefits the customer more, but it's lost revenue if the meter is not reading accurately. Sometimes they'll just die in the field and not read at all. Now, we do pick that up during the reading cycle, but it could be 30 days before you know that it stopped reading.
And is there a savings to using that type of meter as opposed to paying somebody to do it?
Yes, because it's automatically read. Somebody doesn't have to punch in the numbers into a data collector, which is a source of errors and can be a source of conflict with the customers and the utilities. Over a period of time, it makes the meter reading much more efficient, less personnel involved.
So we can see a benefit.
There is a payback. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And water meters, as they age, they do not overread. They always underread.
Good to know. Stay away from my meter.
Send me an old meter. Right?
Yeah, I want all the old ones.
So what we hope to achieve is if any members of the council have any questions or additions or deletions, this is kind of where we're at right now at this point. And the budget, establishes a program of work for next year. It sets all the priorities that council approves and staff goes forward with. So, if we're where you want us to be, we'll move forward. If you have anything additional, we'll look at that and bring it back to you. Or if there's some things you want to reduce, that's up to you. But this is more for your input right now.
What tax rate is this?
It's proposed at 1 cent less than the current rate, so 54.18 cents.
And if we didn't reduce that 1 cent, how much more money would there be in budget?
1 penny equals $545,000.
Thank you.
So for those of you that are new, the very first vote we ask you to take is required by state law, and that is the maximum tax rate that you're willing to consider. It is not the vote that you are inclined to adopt or the vote that you will adopt, but it's the ceiling. And so if there's any desire to give yourself a little room between the manager's proposed and where you want to be, the first vote, state law requires that you set the ceiling, and that then triggers whether you have required public hearings or notices in the newspaper. So unfortunately, that's the way the state law works, but your first vote on the tax rate is just the ceiling, how high you're even willing to allow discussion. So that would probably be in the, all this is contingent upon Travis Central Appraisal District completing their certification, which they've indicated that they're overwhelmed with protests, so they might not meet their date. But if they do, then August 1st, which is your first meeting, we might have that vote ready for you to on your first meeting. That way it makes it easier to schedule those public hearings in August and early September if necessary.
If Travis County has a delay, but Williamson County doesn't, does that allow us to move everything back?
We have to wait till both.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've already received Williamson County's.
Williamson County certified today,
Right.
so they're not done, but they reached the milestone at which they can certify.
Right.
So those are the numbers we use to calculate the tax rate. I will mention that if I might, that we are planning to have the CIP overview on August 1st at your August 1st meeting, and then take any input and then bring that back to you at a subsequent meeting. But,
Great work. Thank y'all so much for all the work you've done to put into this.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on, this is the funnest part of the year, right? I
Well,
should have brought candy, I'm sorry.
it's sad for me because once they get their budget, they're not nice to me anymore. I go back to
You stop getting cookies.
It's been a great ride.
Robert, in the past, we would have some surpluses, and you're going to have to tell me what most of those were. Were they building permits or some kind of development fees? Might be more than what we projected because we tend to be very conservative there.
Yes, sir. You almost hit every one of the surpluses that generally happen. Building-related fees, including construction inspection fees, but also building permits. Since that is kind of volatile and we try to err on the side of being conservative. So the last several years, $1 million plus has been surplus there. Sales tax has come in more than we've budgeted, and then to some extent property taxes as well. So we're projecting this year 1.5 to $1.8 million surplus in the current year. And what we what we've done in the past several years is the surplus from one year then is put into the CIP to do capital improvement projects, assuming y'all approve those capital improvement projects. So savings is important. It doesn't just fall to the bottom. It is what funds a lot of capital projects that don't have any other source of funding. So what we're looking at with the current CIP is in terms of undesignated funds, $1.5 million to $1.8 million.
Now, for instance, what if we sold water to Liberty Hill, for instance, and that ended up impacting the utility budget that would go into?
Yes.
And if that is higher than, we projected, does any of that get transferred to the general fund?
It would not automatically.
Okay.
But the healthier that the utility fund is, the more the utility fund could fully fund its share of overhead. Now, the flip side of that is we know we have some really large projects coming up in 2-3 years. So hence the discussion to possibly create a fund to build a reserve, which is not original. The city did that back in 2007, knowing that the initial phase of BCRUA was coming up. Water rates were raised more than they needed to pay current bills, but knowing that the debt service was going to be $6 million a year, and the community was a lot smaller then, so they built up a cash reserve. So when those payments came, it was able to kind of grow into those payments.
So even though there's a surplus, we wouldn't be considering lowering water rates because of these upcoming massive projects we have? Is that?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
To not lower.
Well, significantly. The recommendation does reduce the reserve, the now $4 a month reserve fee down to $3. It's a couple $100,000 impact. The idea established last year was reduce that over the next 4 years from $5 to $0. Being over the utility billing office, it creates confusion from people on their bill, like what's it for and that sort of thing. So if we can afford to do it, it's baby steps. It's not on a $20+ million utility fund budget. A couple $100,000 is not going to break the bank on that.
So we potentially could afford to do it.
Our recommendation is to go, I do what? Lower rates?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it without looking at the 5-year window,
Okay.
which it's a good time to do that.
Can we request a workshop for that? So that we can understand what,
Let me pull my calendar out.
I know, I'm sorry. But all I know and all that I've been hearing is we have very large projects coming in the utility department. It's going to cost us a lot of money. That doesn't really quantify it. A lot could be a subjective term. So it'd be nice to see what projects and what our expectations are for funding those.
I don't want to speak out of school, but it could also be that we prepare the analysis and provide that to you, that you might want that before you schedule a workshop.
That'd be great in your spare time. be
about
really
it, so
helpful.
I think that'd be a good exercise.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Robin, another thing I saw is you have a reduction. Do you have everything you need in planning in this?
He's my reduction, right?
There's a position of moving it.
Yeah, that was moved.
Yeah, so
That's where the,
Yeah, that's for the money, right?
but do you have, because I know we talked, do you have all that you think is necessary? Especially with the stuff that's on the horizon.
I mean, obviously, I want a lot of things.
Well,
I mean, we have the planning clerk, that one was a big priority for us, and I think that's gonna help a lot
yeah.
with our cycle, so.
And you?
Well, we're getting a construction inspector. It's very important for controlling long-term infrastructure maintenance costs. We're slammed. I mean, we're overloaded. I need more engineers. I need another GIS analyst. GIS is becoming very important, and we're beginning to field a lot of, this coming budget year, we'll begin to field a lot more information available for the public and for staff use. We all, but, you know, in a city that's growing at 15% a year, our need for the revenue doesn't show up for about 2 years past the time that we really need it for doing our jobs, for our reviews. You know, we've got statutory issues coming up with the change in legislation at the state level that are going to require, you know, timely reviews with certain timelines and deadlines and things like that. You know, the need is there for additional personnel, and it's
We just need the money.
yes, sir. That's the problem. We have to balance it off about our needs versus our means.
Yours was not, it was not in the
Take a
budget.
pay cut?
Sir, I've
You'll
got
take a pay cut?
For
construction.
You already did, just didn't know it.
Well, yeah, you know. I'll take a pay cut.
Right. Well, I was just gonna say, I don't remember we talked about the retreat, but we saw that the city council budget went from 40-something to 60-something $1,000. I don't know what can you let me know?
Let's go back to that.
It's the last.
In the supplement,
it's
right?
it's the very last slide you had on here.
Oh,
Before you went into the graphs. Right there, back one. I think you're going the wrong way here. Right here. It's all good.
Click and turn.
That's it.
Yeah.
You got council going from. We're
That's our
estimating.
base. Why is our base going up so
Estimated
much?
82,000.
No.
I just didn't know personally, again, being, what was going into that number. On 2019 estimated.
Not much is in the city council budget. It includes the cost of these meetings. It includes about $20,000 for training, travel to TML, other conferences that are there. A couple of memberships that increase as our public population increases. CapCog, which and TML is population based. The Air Quality Coalition is in there, and then
We do pay for Air Quality Coalition?
yes, if you're a member.
So
What does that get us?
how are we over budget on the council line item this year?
The consulting services.
Okay. Thank you.
So the budget is, the 19 budget is the middle column, 54,000, and the base is 60,000. So it's a large percentage off of a small base, but the 6,000 is memberships that are population-based.
Where are our legal fees?
Exactly what I was about to ask.
Which bucket is actually?
That is in the non-departmental bucket.
Okay.
And we have, the base budget is $220,000 for legal.
Okay.
How much?
$220,000 in the base budget for legal services.
Is that court fees too, or is that just?
That includes the prosecutor that attends court. No, it doesn't. We pulled that out. That is, I think it's about $35,000 roughly in the court budget for the prosecutor.
I'm assuming you have a breakdown of all of the hundreds of lines of detail, right?
On the court fees?
No, on the non-departmental.
Oh, yes.
When can we expect to get the spiral with
The
all
book?
the details?
That is when the manager is ready to finalize the code.
Okay.
The charter changed last year, so we have a little more time. It used to be August 1st, which is right around the corner. So it will be before the August 15th meeting. We'll try to have it as near August 1st as possible. Makes it a little odd awkward that Travis County might be late, but we're just gonna have to go with that. And then, once the manager submits his recommended budget, it's your budget to amend, move things around, so, hopefully during that process, Travis County will certify it. I honestly doubt that Leander's numbers will change. I mean, we do get preliminary information from them, so.
That would affect our income, not our expenses, correct?
Correct.
It'd be nice if we could have at least 2 weeks to go through that 2-inch document.
Oh, absolutely, and in the past, the adoption of the budget's been the first meeting in September.
Okay. So we
That's,
have a month. Okay,
it could slide a little bit from that
okay, thank you.
if necessary.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. I know that was hard.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Gordon.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, so
You're going the right way.
we're gonna adjourn and we'll reconvene at the regular time at 7 o'clock. Time is what? Time is 5:57. Let's go. Good evening. Welcome to the Leander City Council meeting. Today is Thursday, July 18th. The time is 7:04, and we welcome you. We're going to go to our invocation where Pastor Mark Brown is going to lead our invocation. Please remain standing for our pledges. Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we give you all the glory and we give you all the honor, Father. We welcome you into this place, Holy Spirit. Father, you said, Father, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And we thank you for your freedom. We thank you for those that have sacrificed, Father. God, those who have and are and will do, Father, sacrifice for the freedom of our country, Father. Father, we thank you, Lord Jesus, today for every council member. We thank you for every council member and Mayor Troy Hill, Father. We thank you, God, that your word declares, God, that where the freedom of the Lord is, Father, that your Spirit is here, Father. And we ask that you, choice blessings be upon tonight, God. And we ask, Father, that your Holy Spirit will invade this atmosphere. Father, that everything that is said and done will be decently and in order, Father. We thank you whatever we bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. And whatever we loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. And we bind every demonic spirit that's opposite against the will of God tonight. Principalities, powers, darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places, Father. And we thank you that your anointing, your favor, and your unity will rest upon tonight, Father. We thank you that everything will be said and done at the end, that every every councilman will leave knowing they made the right decision, Father. And everyone that's going to speak, Father, that it will be, Father, peaceful, Father. And God, that your anointing will rest on this house, Father. We give you all the glory and we give you all the honor, that you're the center, the circumference, the base, the boundary, the sum, the substance of what life's all about. It's all about you, Father. In Jesus' name, and the house said,
Amen. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag? Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. We thank Pastor Brown for driving from Lago Vista to make it as fast as he could, so we appreciate you doing that. All right, at this time, we're going to do a roll call.
Councilmember Catherine Battalion Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Michelle Stevenson. Councilmember Jason Shaw.
Here.
Councilmember Christine Sederquist.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Chris Hernick.
Here.
Councilmember Marcy Cannon.
Here.
Mayor Troy Hill.
Here, we do have a quorum. We can do business tonight. So at this time, due to the number of speakers signed up, we're going to move to number 7, where we're going to do recognitions and proclamations. The first, we're going to recognize the 2019 Leander Little League 7-year-old star baseball team. Mr. Tummons.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce Blake Reynolds. Blake is our athletic director. So, Blake, I think he has a few words to say, then we're going to bring up the 7-year-old All-Stars.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We appreciate the opportunity to recognize our first ever Leander Little League All-Star team to win a city tournament championship tonight. They're winning by an 8-run average throughout the tournament, a 2019 District 11 city tournament. The team went undefeated in tournament play, beating all-star teams from Northwest, Western Hills, Balcones, Greater East Austin, Little Leagues, en route to becoming the first all-stars team to win a city tournament championship in the history of our league. The championship, we won 21-14 over Northwest Little League, and the team was led by John Fonseca, Luis Martinez, Larry Phillips, and Chase Howard. Thank you, guys. The mayor is handing out customized trading baseball cards of the picture from the right up there on the screen of after the game, after we won.
need y'all all down.
All right, everyone look right here. 1, 2, 3.
Exciting day.
Now they're gonna make
We just inspired, they just inspired us.
Aw, that's cool.
I'm sorry for everybody that has to follow that.
I know, right? All right, next we're going to receive a presentation and update on the state of the chamber. Ms. Bridget Brandt. Is she outside?
Hi, everybody. That cheer was so fun. I got a little distracted by the fun of the cheer. I'm going to be very brief because I know you've got lots of people that would like to speak, and I see all of you. I get the pleasure of seeing you all the time, so I can update anything else that you might have questions on at that time. I am going to pass out to you, and for all of those in the audience or online, this is available on our website at leandercc.org. This is our program of works that we set in January, and we presented it in January at that time, and it sort of gives you an idea of the projects and the things that we're going to be working on throughout the year. This gives you an update on where we are for all of those things that we set forth in January. And so, Dara, I'm going to pass those to you. I do want to give you a couple of highlights on some of the things that we've worked on since January, though. One of the big events we've held several events, but the very first is in February, our Business Expo. It's called the Living Leander Community Expo, and in February we had over 100 businesses participate, and 1,200 people attended that event. We saw the majority, about 67% of the people that attended that were from Leander. We had people from Austin, Georgetown, Round Rock. So great opportunity for our businesses. I know many of you were there, and I appreciate your support for that. In March, we held Vintage Market Days in Leander. They had about 8,500 people that came to Vintage Market Days, which is really exciting for us. We average, based on the state of Texas tourism averages, we estimate that approximately $417,000 was brought into the Leander community based on that 3-day event with the 8,500 people coming through, which is really exciting. And we learned a lot about shutting down Mel Mathis and ACC and what that looks like as well at that event. We are working with them and hoping that we're able to secure them for 2020 as well. We also, of course, held the Old Town Street Festival. Unfortunately, it was one of the, look, Catherine's face. Catherine volunteered all day out there. It was one of the grossest days in May, which is super disappointing. But with that said, we still had about 5,000 people that attended that, rain or shine, and it was a great event. We estimate that about $200,000 based on the number of attendees was brought into the city from that. And we are already in the process of planning for next year because we expect that it's going to be a beautiful, shiny, wonderful day. We feel like we're due now because we've paid our dues for this year, so should be bigger and even better. Currently, and one of the dads that was on our Little League team is in our leadership class, which was really fun to see him get to do that as well. But we have 17 people in our leadership class. This is the largest leadership class that we've ever had for the chamber, and we're really excited. Some great people that are in that class. They graduate on September 28th at the gala. Currently participating in the Leander ISD Teacher Externship, we have 56 teachers. That's a program that we host with Leander ISD that takes teachers, obviously, out of the classroom during the summer, and for between 3 and 5 days, depending on the teacher, they go and shadow businesses, so local businesses, and then they create lesson plans and bring that back to the classroom. And so we fund grants for every one of the teachers that is participating, and that's through the Texas Workforce Commission, and we're also able to, through that program, get those teachers into those businesses learning about what's happening, and they take all of that back to their students. So it's really exciting. Last year we had 18 teachers, and this year we bumped to 56. So LISD says that next year they want to do over 100 teachers, so we'll see. Fingers crossed that we can survive that, so I don't know. But it's a really incredible program and gives those teachers a really great opportunity to experience real life and bring that back to the classroom. We also currently have 42 small business owners participating in our small groups, and so those groups will meet on economic development. We have a women in business group. We have a small business group. We have a Parents of Tots business group. And so the idea and the purpose of those groups is to bring small business owners together so that they have a peer support network that they can problem solve, grow, vet ideas, etc. And so they have been very successful. We have 7 small groups that are happening right now. And so we're really excited about that program. We are fiscally sound. Our budget is in check. We are exceeding our budget on every level in a positive way, not exceeding it in a negative way. That's my own personal budget. I tend to over-exaggerate. But we're doing really, really well. We have a couple of really exciting events coming up for the rest of the calendar year that I thought I would share while I have all these wonderful people here to hear about the chamber and all of the good things we're doing in Leander. On September 28th, good, right? Take every opportunity. It is our 11th annual gala and award ceremony. We released the nominees today, and we'll be announcing them at our lunch on Tuesday. We're very excited about that. Our bus tour is coming up on October 18th. It's a great opportunity to see all of the wonderful things happening in Leander. And November 4th is our golf tournament. And of course, for all of you in the audience, save the date. December 7th is the Christmas festival. It is going to be spectacular, and we are going to have snow again. So save the date. It will be amazing. Thank you, Leander City Council, for all that you do to support the work that we do in this city. We are very thankful for everything that all of you do and the time that you give to this city. Questions?
Where do you get all your energy? Good gracious.
I did have 2 coffees today, and I just had one about 30 minutes ago because I thought this is going to be a long night. I need to have some extra coffee. So,
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
The leadership program.
Yes.
It is so successful and so much fun, and we have such changes, rapid changes that take place here. Do you have a round 2 for people that have already taken it at a lower
Actually, we are talking about that. And
yes.
So that has come up actually several times now because we have so many graduates now that want to have that experience again. We're not going to do a round 2, but we're talking about doing a retreat days where they're sort of like partial days like you would have experienced in that whole program, but it would be a half-day class that is designed. Exactly, like an updater class where you would be able to come, but it would put you with other class members because obviously the people that were in their class are really networked very well, but you would then be put with someone in another class. So you would have that opportunity to grow your network like that. So coming soon.
It's a great program.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Awesome. If y'all have questions, let me know. If any of you in the audience have questions for the chamber ever, we are always here and always ready to help. So thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you. All right, so we have moved item 12 off the consent agenda. So if anybody wanted to speak on 12 and sign up for citizen comments, just know that you can speak later if you want to. But I do have people signed up to speak under citizen comments. So if you want to speak on item 12, just let me know, and then when 12 comes up, we can do it that way. So, first is Clifford Hall. Excuse me? Yes, sir.
All right, so I can make that.
Well, if you want to speak on that item, then
You want to delay that?
wait till 12. If
Okay.
that, if that's okay with you. Okay. Okay. So I'll put that there. John Cowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name's John Cowman. Mine is a little levity. It brings levity. And here's what it is. In 2003, the City of Leander Council worked on with the Mason family to acquire the site where the library presently is. In 2004, we had a bond election to build the library. 2006, we had the grand opening of the library. And as mayor, I declared the library the anchor of our community. We didn't have much in the library. In fact, it echoed. And so we had a corporate partner in Lowe's. Lowe's came here in 2008, and I asked them to put in an exhibit in our library to kind of fill it out a little bit and create a green building program where there were green products and everything, and they could look through the exhibit and then pull off a 10% discount thing and go to Lowe's and get green product. In 2008, we had new homeowners coming into Leander like crazy, and every new homeowner has to come here and open up a water account. So in 2008, they came and opened up their water account, and they received a temporary library card. And then they were told to report to the library at 7 o'clock on Monday for their orientation, and most did because they're thinking, oh my gosh, I need to start this, go to this meeting. At that time, they were issued a permanent library card. They went through the Lowe's exhibit, received the green discounts, and people we made them think that that's the way we are. We're thinking about green products, our environment. We're thinking about good things. And so they got in there and they received their 10% discount if they did purchase it. So once they got their new library card, Leander's, we started having a lot of people going through the library. Our population then was 30,000 people. So we removed the Lowe's exhibit because it ended. We stopped our library issuance card thing because we'd kind of done it because the librarian, Priscilla, asked that she's getting too much on that and not enough about the library. But she did let me know that and I let her know we had 30,000 people in the city of Leander. 10,000 people a month, or 1/3 of our population, were walking through those library doors now. That's incredible. And here's what's really awesome is more people in 2009, more people per capita in the city of Leander had a library card. The library is the anchor of our community. And I see I just have 20 seconds left, so I want to say that that's the way we did things back then. We didn't have much to work with, but what we did is we innovated and thought in 3 dimensions rather than 2 dimensions. And we don't have a IH-35, we don't have even a 1431. But I have 100 stories just like that I'm going to be telling you over the next couple of years about good things that we've done in Leander that really didn't cost anything. And it made Leander better. I want you all to think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Karen Thompson.
Now, John, we're going to have to get together so we don't compete here. Oh, no. Thank you very much, Karen Thompson. I don't know my address. 11327 Hero Way West, Leander, and I'm chairman of the Leander Historical Preservation Commission. And I want to talk about trains. It's a very opportunist time. This, people, is the Lone Star. This was built by the Capital Syndicate that built the Capitol in Austin, starting in 1882. All of the tens of thousands of tons of red granite from Marble Falls that was taken to Austin to build the Capitol that came through Leander. Marble Falls to Austin, Leander's location was halfway between. The station was built 1882. This is the train that started it, the Lone Star. This is the train that hauled all that beautiful granite to build the Capitol. And anyway, I would love to have some sort of replica. Apparently, it was taken apart. It was used for many, many years. Okay, next we have, then Leander had a quarry, a big quarry here. This is what Crystal Falls is. You're living there. Those of you that live in Crystal Falls, you're living in the Leander quarry. So all of this beautiful stone was hauled out of the quarry to either to the railroad to be shipped to Galveston, to San Jacinto Monument, to all of the stone that was taken from here is the stone that was used in many, many buildings and so forth on the coast. And this was the little, you can see it's not huge, and there were cars behind there that hauled all the stone. And they said it didn't go but 5 to 6, 7 miles an hour when it was pulling a large amount of stone. But this was the quarry train locomotive that was right here in town, bringing all of this stone over to the railroad to be hauled away. So Leander was a very busy train station. And through the years, of course, other things took place and they didn't use them anymore. But these are the two primary train locomotive engines that made Leander what it is. Thank you.
Where do you find your pictures? Just curious.
All over. There's not a library or archive, even little bitty ones. The other day someone said somebody was, his parent or somebody was from Muleshoe. And it just reminded me of going to Muleshoe to look at the library to see what kind of pictures. But all kinds of individuals. I mean, my 100,000 pictures in my collection that started with my grandfather was Austin's early photographer. And no, they just come from many, many individuals, and you find a family that was around and you go see what kind of pictures they have.
That's awesome.
Half come from individuals, half come from libraries, archives, that kind of stuff.
They're very good. Thank you. Kathy?
Kathy Howell, Pickle Mason House. And what Mom and I have talked about here recently is that we have so much history that 3 minutes just doesn't cut it, so I'm going to start doing 3 minutes as well. What I have here is many of y'all are familiar with Dun and Bradstreet. Well, prior to Dun and Bradstreet, it was R.G. Dun. And this is the 1920, a partial from the 1920 report that he did for the counties in the state of Texas. And 1920 is the one that we have at the house, which goes along with all the pictures. She has collected things like this, which is extraordinary. And one of the things that I wanted to point out on here is that, Georgetown is the county seat. And if you look here, Georgetown's population is 3,096 on this report. Taylor's population is 6,000. Okay? Taylor in the 1920s and prior to that, Taylor was where most of the activity in Williamson County occurred. And actually, there was a lot of activity in Central Texas there. 1921 in Taylor and then we had our trial that broke the back of the KKK. The incident occurred in Taylor, and it just so happened that the district attorney was not in the KKK, the Williamson County Sheriff was not, and nor was the judge in Williamson County, which was very rare for the time. And that's how, and the trial did occur in Georgetown, but the incident occurred in Taylor. And by the way, they attacked a white man. So that was the beginning of the end for them, and it all started in Taylor. But over here on the west side of the county, if you look here, Leander has a population of 200, but look how many businesses there are listed there. Liberty Hill, which has a larger population, has quite a few businesses, and then Round Rock, which it's not underlined here, but it has 700 people there, and it has a lot of businesses. But on the west side, it was Leander. And I want you to notice that Cedar Park had a population of 25. They had a general store and a quarry. Okay, this is a little deceiving because the train that Mother showed earlier, the quarry train, and the Leander quarry, after they had finished with Crystal Falls, they took that quarry, Mr. Cluck did, they moved that quarry down to Cedar Park. The general store is the store for the quarry, which back in those days, any type of business of that type, a quarry or a gin or a, can I finish?
Sure.
Okay. A quarry or a gin or some type of industrial facility, they would have a company store or a general store for their employees. And on Friday, when they gave them their paychecks, they would go to the company store, they would cash their paycheck, and then buy all their stuff. So the quarry or the gin or the whatever the industry was, they would get all that money back they just paid. So that it was a good thing for them. But the whole point is that Leander is the leader of the west side of town, or the west side of the county, and Cedar Park was actually part of Leander. And nowadays it's a little different, but we need to keep going with that and realize that that's where it started, because Cedar Park was actually part of Leander's business. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Blanche Corley.
Do I have to give all my name, my rank, serial number? I'm not in here for the trains. Like that. God help y'all. I think they're taking up my time. But anyway, I'd like for all of y'all, if you have to do it one at a time, to try to come down there and see about my little place. Because like I said, and you know what I say, but I'll say the back burner. But me and Jason talks a little different. So I would appreciate it if y'all would come down there and check out my place, and let's see if we can't get something done down there on Hernando's Loop. So I thank y'all very much, and I do appreciate all of you so far. Okay, thank you too much.
Mike Sanders. Oh, okay. All right. Ronald May. Okay. Melissa Ivy.
Very intimidating. Hello, my name is Melissa Ivy, and I am here to tell you about an event I am hosting. on September 10th, and all y'all can hear it too, September 10th, 2019, from 5 to 8 p.m. at Bledsoe Park. It's called Live for Tomorrow. This event is to bring awareness to our community about suicide and how it is the second leading cause of death between ages of 10 and 24. With this event, there will be speakers and booths set up for resources for the community to receive information on suicide prevention. So I would like to formally invite the City Council to come to my event and learn more about what we're doing there. And that is it.
Can you say the location, the day and time and everything?
Yes, Bledsoe Park right there on Baghdad, and it is September 10th from 5 to 8 p.m. Okay, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sid Sokol, 2405 Ambush Canyon. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me have a moment to speak. Many of you know me, as I served 7 years on P&Z, 4 years as a chairman. I have a couple of questions for the mayor, specifically. And this has to do with process, not with items. I would like to know who made the decision to place the agenda item number 12 on the consent agenda. That's for you, Mr. Mayor. Who made the decision to put it on the consent agenda? You're not going to answer my question. Was the decision... Well, I'd like to go on a public record as who made the decision, Mr. Mayor. Can you do that? Okay, I'll go to question number 2. Was the decision unanimous or present, or those present and council member? Let me rephrase that. Was the decision unanimous by those present on council? You're not going to answer, okay. If not, who objected and why? Another no answer. Was the city attorney consulted prior to this decision? And was her decision hers alone as an employee of the city without coercion from anyone either on the council or representing any outside interest? Would you care to answer that, Ms. Attorney?
I just want to explain why the questions are not being answered, that the process is not an item that's on the agenda, so these questions can be answered at a later time, either in a posting or outside of the meeting.
However, it's not an agenda item. I didn't come here to discuss agenda item. I came to discuss process. And I think as representatives and voted in, and you're about to make a decision on our money, we have a right to know who made the decision and how it was done. If you choose not to answer it, that's fine. You'll answer another way. The last question. Why all the secrecy and why not an open discussion? Okay, I'm through.
Requate Riedner. Requate Riedner, Mr. Riedner. I may have butchered your name, and if so, I apologize.
I get that all the time. It's Renata Riedner.
Oh, okay.
I'm here as a member of the community known as Sky. We are the largest, at the present time, the largest taxpayer in the area for the city of Leander. And we are having a great deal of difficulty in getting any response to any of the requests that we have made with regard to improvements and changes at Sky. I have been there for 2 years, and next door to us is a real eyesore. It's a greenhouses that are just a mess. And presently, it seems that there is a school bus that is being occupied by a family, children running around naked, toys all over the place, everything. It's a real eyesore, and we're concerned about those children. This property is not being taken care of very well. They did have a troop of people come in and clean up a horrible mess of trash that was an eyesore for the longest time. And they just took the lumber and dumped it on the next property. And weeds have overgrown what was a really bad eyesore. But there's toys all over the place, and we are concerned about those children. And I know I called the city myself and left a message and requested that I get a call back to find out what we can do about this. I have not received any instruction whatsoever. And other people at Sky have also called and not gotten any answer. And I'd like to know what we can do to alleviate the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to move to staff reports. First is our interim city manager, Gordon Pierce.
Mayor and council, and those in the audience, I'm here to give a report on our sales tax for the current period. Our sales tax right now is down 3.71%. However, my mic wasn't on. However, most entities in the county's sales tax is down, and that, I think, really relates on how the comptroller does his reporting, whether he cuts off early, cuts off late. The thing that I think is most important is right now, Leander's sales tax is 15.02% positive year to date from last year. So we're up 15% total, and I think that relates very well to the other counties or other cities in the county. Cedar Park, which has a lot larger base, is only up 34%. Georgetown's up 5.54%. Round Rock is up 4.25%. So even though we're down this month, most entities of size are also down. But I think our year-to-date numbers are very good. And I'll try to answer questions if there be any. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is the quarterly report for the quarter ending June 2019. We are 9 months into the fiscal year, so we have one more quarter to go. This, if you may recall from the previous quarter, this report will cover our three major funds: the general fund, the golf course fund, and the utility fund. So I'll cover revenues first and then expenditures. General fund revenues have several major sources. The first is property tax. Property taxes are levied in October, collected through January 31st. After February 1st, they become delinquent. So historically, we collect well over 95% of the taxes levied by the due date in January. So these two charts show that we have met our budget for the year and slightly ahead of the budget. But property tax collections over the last 4 years have increased with the growth in the tax base. Another major source of revenue for the general fund is sales tax, as Mr. Gordon Mr. Pierce. During the day, he's Gordon. At night, he's Mr. Pierce. I'll be in trouble tomorrow morning. So, as he mentioned, we're up 15% over this time last year. We think we'll exceed our budgeted estimate. We budgeted a little under $5.5 million. We think we'll be at $6 million by the time the books close this fiscal year. Development fees are a major source of revenue. We're up over 14% from this time last year, and we think we'll exceed our budget by a little over almost $1.2 million over budget. All told, our revenues are up 11%, and we think we'll have a surplus of revenues between $1.5 to $1.8 million this fiscal year. On the golf course side, the golf course is an enterprise fund. It's funded by the rates it charges those that play and eat out there. The golf fund is slightly under where it was last year by 3.5% on the revenue side. We think that they will come in slightly under budget by $15,000 to $25,000 on the revenue side as it finishes out the fiscal year. On the utility fund, revenues to date are down 1.5%. We have the summer months ahead of us, so that's the those are larger months in terms of operating revenues than the winter and even in the spring. So we still think we'll slightly surpass our budget for the year when the books close in September. As far as expenditures go, general fund personnel expenditures are up from this time last year. Two reasons of that. Obviously, each year we've added new positions to keep up with growth, and also there were some market pay adjustments that were significant in the police and fire department this year, so that's showing in those year-to-date figures. We do think we'll be at or under our budget for personnel across all departments. Everything else in the budget that's non-personnel, we're pretty much right on target for what we've budgeted for the year. The golf course, as I mentioned in previous quarter, they run a tight ship. They don't change too much from year to year. Their goal is to make a profit, which they did last year. We were very excited about that, and so they are doing everything they can to watch their dollars this year. Non-personnel, obviously, maintenance of the course is they watch those dollars. And the utility fund, personnel expenditures are greater than last year at this time, again due to additions of staff to keep up with growth. We do think we'll be slightly under budget when September rolls around on our personnel budget. Everything else we're tracking pretty well, and we think we'll be just under the budget on expenditures for the utility fund. And with that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Pat Womack.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Mr. Pierce. This is the update for June 2019. This is the water use update for June 2019. If you look at this first chart, you'll see this is an LCRA chart that they put out monthly. If you begin with that yellow vertical line, you'll see the date of this projection was July 1st, 2019, right here. And if you look back to the left into the past, you'll see a year's worth of historical data for the combined storage back to July of last year. Looking at that point, here, you'll see the combined storage a year ago was 1.54 million acre feet, or what is considered 77% full. And then you see last summer or late summer declining combined storage, and then rains, and then it rained some, and then it rained a lot, and the lake stayed full, and I am understating that. The lakes have basically stayed full since then, or slightly more than full, to this point here, the beginning of July or the end of June, where combined storage was 1.97 million acre feet, or excuse me, what is considered 98% full. And if you look at these projections to the future, with current conditions, it'll remain between that green line, or closer to that more than likely than not, or down here at the bottom. That's that forecast. The bottom one is even at extremely dry conditions. That 6-month projection is out to 1.56 million acre feet, which is more than what it was, or about the same what it was a year ago. But the way it's trending, it's not trending extremely dry, but quite the opposite. This next chart shows the daily water use for June 2019 compared to June 2018. The blue is June 2019. The red line shows the daily variations for June and 18. The peak day this year, or this June, was 10.28 million gallons. Compare that to last June's peak day of 11.81 million gallons. So I would attribute that to the June being this month, or last month was extremely wet compared to a drier June 2018. Let me back up. Oop. Okay, these are the connections for June 2019. If you look to the far right, you'll see the total connections right here of 18,953. Compare that to the previous June. These labels are actually the previous month. I didn't update the labels, but those total connections for June 2018, 17,255, or a difference of about 1,800, a little more than 1,800 more than the previous June. So you can see that the city continues to grow at a rapid pace, especially for the residential connections, but also in the commercial connections as well. If you look down here at the bottom, you'll see the commercial connections are the little orange bars, but previous June 2018 they were 592, and it has increased to 655 for the previous, or June 2019. This last chart shows the 12-month rolling averages for our two plants and then the two combined. The solid lines show the 12-month rolling averages. If you look at the lighter blue line, that is for the BCRUA plant. The darker blue for Sandy Creek, and then the orange are the two combined. And then the dashed lines show the monthly use, and those really reflect the monthly variation, or seasonal variation rather. You can see the summer months are these peaks throughout the years, and then in January, February, those are usually the low month or lowest months for water use. But looking at to the right, you'll see that these throughout the years, these 12-month rolling averages have steadily progressed. There is some variation between the two. For instance, when BCRUA plant undergoes renovations or upgrades, those sorts of things, production will drop slightly, but only to come back and bounce back. But we need both plants, and we're glad to have BCRUA back up and running, especially this time of year. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on these three charts, or four rather.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Pat. All right, we're going to move to number 9, board reports. We have a report from the Citizens Action Advisory Committee. I believe Andrew is here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to introduce you, if you don't already know about us, and hopefully the citizenry of Leander to the Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm on that committee. It's a cross-section of people in Leander who have various roles in the city. They do, different type of work ethics, and I really don't have a presentation, so I'm riffing. But basically, we're all citizens of Leander, and some of us are new to the city. Some of us have been here a while. And we've gotten together with this advisory committee to try to find a way to be able to give the community, the citizens of Leander, a way to express their voice in a more concentrated and managed, efficient way, okay? The committee was probably organized, I want to say, roughly 9 to 10 months ago. Had a little bit of a rough start, but then we kind of caught our feet. And what we've determined is that there's a lot of miscommunication or lack of communication between departments, between members of the city. Just the people don't really know where to go, how to get the information, what to do. Some will say that's really great. Some people say, no, that's really bad. So we thought, there's a really good way to be able to find out what people are really thinking. So we started surveys. And this was done with a mind towards the comprehensive plan as well. So our thoughts were, if we can figure out what the people in the city of Leander are really looking for, what they really want us to do, it would be able to inform any actions that we take going forward. I think it also positions this committee as somewhat of a resource for the city going forward. So with that in mind, we did one quick little survey. It was a 3-question survey during the rainout at the event we had back in May. But it gave us some really good traction. We had about 60, 70 respondents that day with the rain and everything else. So it let us know that, yes, people are ready and willing to talk about Leander. So we took it one step further, and we started this non-scientific survey of the citizens of Leander. And our methodology was this. We contacted every HOA in the city of Leander to ask them to help us post this on their websites or push it out in community newsletters so that all the citizens of Leander would have an opportunity to take part. Okay? We also went to every single Facebook community page, and we went to Nextdoor. So we've basically blanketed it on every social media channel that we can possibly touch at this point in order to get this survey out and get responses. And so far, with about 20, 25 days of survey under our belts, we have 583 responses to date, and that's as of today. So let me see, make sure this goes forward. So there was a few questions that we asked. And again, this is a non-scientific study, so we're really just trying to get a sense of things. We really don't want to try to, specifically drill down into deep, deep data at this point. Let's just get an idea of what people are looking at, what they're talking about, what they're thinking, and then we can kind of start to drill down into certain areas. So these are a few of the questions that were included on the survey. What was it that helped you decide to live in Leander? What do you feel is distinctive? What is Leander missing? What's most important to you in your community? So just a few examples of some of the questions. It was about 15 questions in total. Now, we have some results that are already charted just based on the type of mechanism that we're using for this. Blue is very dissatisfied and green is very satisfied. So when you're looking at this chart, you can get a sense for everybody's moderate sense of where the city is at. And these questions covered everything from special events, area retail, the roads, just general questions. Again, we don't want to drill down into specifics quite yet, but we want to get a sense of where people feel. Okay? The one thing I do want to point out is the very, very high ranking of police and fire in the city of Leander. I think that's a tribute to them. So we also did some generalized demographic data, and this kind of gives you a sense of where people are in the city. You know, who works here, who works in Austin, who works somewhere else. Maybe they live here and they don't work here. So this gives us a little bit of insight. What I found really interesting on this was the large number of families that are reporting having children under 18 versus our retired communities. But we do need to be able to address both, but obviously that is going to be a driving force in what we do in the city of Leander going forward. It's a younger city. Now, we have a couple of things here, and these are just two more slides that I want to include for your benefit, honestly, because these questions were really a little bit more specifically gamed. A majority responded right in the middle. Are you satisfied with the direction you see of Leander moving today? Okay? Same thing for, are you satisfied with the communication provided by the city of Leander? So we're right in the middle, all right? What that tells us, and we think, is that we have a real great opportunity to do some real great things in the city of Leander. Conversely, we also have a real great opportunity to fall off the cliff, okay? So we're right there. We're right in the middle. And I think it's very, very important for all of us in the city to understand generally how people feel about things right now. There's things that we can do to obviously get more people involved. That's why the Citizens Advisory Committee was established. That's part of our effort. That's going to be part of what we do ongoing. What I'd like to do today, just to help push the survey a little bit more, is that anyone here in the audience, if you want to scan this code, you can actually scan this code, and it'll take you directly to the website where the survey is hosted. Or you can use that link if you want to write it down. Help us by posting this on your own social medias. We ask the City Council for each of you to post this onto your own sites to help us get this word out. We can very easily have over 1,500 respondents, and we're keeping this open until the first week of August. So I thank you for the time today. We look forward to continuing to work in our efforts as the Citizens Advisory Committee, and hope we can do some nice things for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This time we're going to move to our consent agenda. Item 12 again has been pulled, so this is just for items 10 and 11.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Cannon and a second by Pro Tem Cernick. All in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. All right, at this time we're going to move to item 12. I'd like to read a statement, if I could. Yes, this is to authorize the mayor and interim city manager to negotiate an agreement for professional services with Leonard B. Smith for legal services regarding the possible withdrawal of the City of Leander from the Capital Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and authorize the mayor to execute said agreement. So, here's my statement. In regards to the agenda item concerning Capital Metro, I wanted to say a few things. Number one, I have met with Cap Metro numerous times in the last year since being elected mayor, and previously while on council. I have strongly given my opinion that Leander cannot pay the rate being charged today by Cap Metro, which is 1 cent of the 2 cents the city gets to keep from the 8.25 collected on sales tax. In 1985, Leander opted in with 46 votes for. In the early 2000s, most small cities chose to leave, yet Leander stayed in. Paying half our sales tax into the system puts us at a competitive disadvantage when competing with cities around us for companies' relocations, which restaurants, retail, and other types of economic activity follow. Simply put, due to the demands that explosive growth has brought, we cannot afford to pay 1 cent of our sales tax. This is the reason that the discussion was and still is necessary, in my opinion. Today's vote was not a vote to exit the system, only to get legal advice on what our options are. Our council cannot vote to exit the system. That is a decision that would rest with the citizens of Leander, as it should. This morning I had a call with Randy Clark, the director of Cap Metro. I shared my belief that a reduced fee structure for small cities was essential and would bring the other suburbs into the system, creating a true regional system and allowing towns like Leander to use funds to pay for parks, roads, and economic development, which would generate sales taxes that would go into general revenues. A regional system, even at a reduced rate of, say, 1/4 cent, would substantially increase revenues and ridership for Cap Metro. It would allow us all to use this system much more often. Director Clark has given us his promise that he will schedule meetings with state representatives and senators, and together with us, lobby them to make this happen. He has previously told me that we can receive Saturday bus service now until rail service is available next year. This is a positive step for Leander. In addition, Cap Metro will work with us to provide additional help in attracting companies to Leander, including on land they own in Leander. Finally, connector service will be available, which will connect the station with areas of Leander like Old Town or other areas that we deem to be of interest. This links areas in a way that isn't available today, and is a really positive step. We are trying to renovate our Old Town and trying to make it a true destination, and the fact that it's not linked to North Line, for instance, has been an issue, and this helps solve that issue. In light of these agreements, I'm making a motion to pull this from our agenda and schedule a future workshop with Director Clark for August 22nd with our council. We will also work on dates for the fall and schedule meetings with the elected leaders that we discussed earlier. While I am satisfied with this direction, I want to emphasize that the fee structure that small cities pay must change at some point, and I'm committed to seeing this happen. For the first time, I believe it can and will happen, which is a game changer for our city. I believe this is the best course of action for us and Cap Metro. With that, I want to make a motion to pull this and schedule the workshop for 5:30 p.m. on August 22nd.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to pull this and to schedule a workshop for 5:30 on August 22nd. All in favor?
What about public comment?
We're going to have that.
The motion was accepted by Councilmember Shaw, seconded by Councilmember Shaw.
Right. We are going to allow for public comment. So just so you know, everybody will be allowed to comment on this. This is the motion to pull it from the agenda item. So all in favor? All right. So at this time, we do have people signed up. So I'm going to call your name. If you want to speak, please come up, give your name, address. You have 3 minutes. First is Clifford Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. I think that was an excellent decision. Council members, Clifford Hall, 604 Scenic Path, a few blocks away at the land between the highways, right? And first, just for our neighborhood, HOA President of Overlook Estates, commend you for the supporting of the split zoning of dual-family homes on Horizon Park. I think that is an acceptable compromise, and we welcomed your support in that manner of a number of meetings ago. Okay, so yes, on Cap Metro, it was a year and a half, I guess, that we met in front of my home, and one of the things I expressed was that I moved here specifically because of the access that Cap Metro provided. And while there are fees to be paid, I get that. The move to Leander and having the work life downtown, we find that we save 2 hours each day that I'm not at work because I'm able to be productive either on the train or the bus system. So, that's 2 hours a day, and, over 10 years, I guess that does add up. So, very important. I want to point out also that recent articles about strongtowns.com, not sure who funds them, but I thought it was interesting that they pointed to multiple urban center developments, like the ones we are planning, that simply are doomed to failure when created by small towns and cities a bit out of the way as Leander is. But the wild card item is perhaps the Cap Metro station and the availability of the transit to the rest of the metro area. So that's one we need to look at. And it's hard. I agree with the negotiation. Thank you for that position. I'd like to say it's hard to watch us sacrifice property taxes as a benefit to the developers to create the infrastructure for 20, 25 years, and yet perhaps lose the one thing that we pay for that offers value to assist citizens here of all economic class. So I appreciate that. And just a note, I'll say for Cap Metro, they have exhibited, I think, over the last 18 months that I've been here, service improvement. We started 18 months ago with an hour and 15-minute commute. 12 months ago, the bus service was enacted, and it became less than an hour commute with the managed traffic lanes. Then 6 months ago, with the increased ridership, we now have access to departure every 10 minutes from downtown, starting at 3:43. And in the morning, we have 15 to minutes in the prime hour, half hour. I can leave home at any hour of the day. I can come back at any hour of the day. My doctor is on 38th Street at Seton. I use the bus to actually go to the doctor, to go to the hospital, to visit the dentist, and go home and go to work. And my car, I guess I'm going to have to keep it a long time now because it's 2 miles a day. So anyway. We're against the leaving, but we're positive for the negotiation, and we wish you the best success, and we hope the Cap Metro can agree with that. So thank you all for your support.
Ronald May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Ronald May. I live at 501 Buttermilk Lane in Leander. I came here to speak because there's so many people that live here in Leander that bought because of Cap Metro. That being said, many of us are looking at the amount of money that we are currently sending to Cap Metro. When we compare it to the sales tax that's paid by the average citizen in Austin, it comes to about $35 a resident. In the city of Leander, it's $85 per resident. When we look at our neighboring partner cities that pay a total of $15 million a year, $5 million a year is paid by Leander. We're paying an overburdened amount for our deal. And of everyone that I've talked to, nobody has come through and said, this is a great deal. We're getting a lot for the money we pay. At the same time, nobody's saying we want to run them out of town. So we have a conundrum where I am very pleased that City Council now is negotiating with them and working out this better deal. And I look forward to hearing the results of these negotiations in the future. Thank you.
Christine Nolan.
Hello, my name is Christine Nolan, and I live in Leander at 306 Olmos Drive. So this is the first City Council meeting that I've come to in person, and I do watch it streaming at home, and it's the first one that I've wanted to speak at. So I didn't realize there were so many others that moved here because of the train, but I can tell you that we did as well. My husband, we moved from Florida because he was offered a good opportunity at UT. So every day when we moved here, waiting on the train, he would make that commute for several hours, time away from our family. When we got the train, we were so excited. He would ride it every day. We were disappointed there were no bathrooms on the trains. We were disappointed there were no bathrooms in the stations. But that train gave him time to work on the train. He had Wi-Fi. He could read. He could sleep. It's just been really great for him. We use it all the time. I personally have contacted Cap Metro numerous times asking for bathrooms, asking for extended hours so that my husband and my children and I could go downtown, do things together, ride the train back. The hours are limited. I've received no response. They've done an atrocious job as far as meeting the community's needs. That being said, I am pro-train. I'm glad to hear you're going to negotiate, and I hope you negotiate well so that our needs can be met. There are people with medical conditions like Crohn's. They can't get on a train and ride for an hour with no bathroom on the train or in the stations. And I'm sure that those conversations came up when all these were planned. It was poorly planned and poorly executed. That being said, it's been great for my family because it saved us time. It's been great for the environment because it saves on fossil fuels. It's a great investment in the future. It's also a great investment in our population. Not everybody owns a car. Not everybody wants to own a car. We have to have public transit that's going to serve our needs. We're not always going to be a little bedroom community. Or maybe we will, but this is where things sit with the city council and with us to create a town that is a wonderful place for all of us to live. So I hope you'll keep that in mind, and I thank you for your time. I don't think I'm going to take my whole 3 minutes. That's really all I had to say, I think. So thank you very much.
By the way, the bathroom conversation has come up during talks. I think I had to go to the bathroom at the time. That's really what made me think of it. James Nunn.
Hi, first time here. I live at 1500 Rio Bravo Loop. I've been in Leander since 2001. Before I retired, when I was working, I just couldn't believe we were going to get a train out here. I used to take the bus. That took a while because I had to go through all the traffic. But in a couple of years when I was working in downtown Austin, the train was just a godsend. It's just unbelievable how beautiful that was. To even think about drawing out of that, I think, is just terrible. The other thing I want to think about is, I wanted to say is, towns have distinction. There's something about a town that people like and people love. Georgetown has its town square. Round Rock has nothing. Nobody thinks about Round Rock. Nobody thinks about going there. You know, what have they got? Box stores, you know, and fast food places. And, you know, that's it. And one of the distinctive things about Leander is the train. I was in Seattle, for God's sake, and I was in a bar talking to a guy, and he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Texas." He says, "Where?" Oh, I said, "Austin." Well, not really Austin, north of Austin. He said, "Where?" And I said, "Leander." He goes, "Oh, the place with the train." And yeah, and the same thing happened in Boston. Fenway Park, for goodness sakes. People used to live here, and they go, yeah, the place with the train. It's distinctive. It's Leander. We need it. Let's keep it. Please do not even vote. I mean, try to re-examine the deal. That's very understandable. But to even think about, or even let any of all these people think that you're going to try to save $10 million and lose $100 million down the road by losing our train. You lose the train, you lose Leander. Thank you.
Frank Stiles.
Dr. Frank Stiles, 4180 Highway 183. My business, I can see the train outside of my window. I've watched for 10 years while nothing was built there. I have a kidney transplant. I spent 3.5 years on dialysis. When Leander first brought up the subject of withdrawing from Capital Metro in 2004, my mind went back to those that are disabled and are dependent on public transportation, and I came down and I talked very forcefully for us staying into the system when everybody else withdrew. Capital Metro came out and promised us a lot of things that they have not delivered on at all. I'm still here today to urge you to keep at least the bus portion of this, because the people that depend on it, it's critical to them. But Round Rock gets the same deal for $600,000 that we get for $5.1 million, and that's unacceptable. I ask that you hold Capital Metro's feet to the fire because in 1997, State Senator Kirk Watson called them a disgrace to the community. The state legislature called them the worst-run organization in the state. They promised they would do better. They came up and promised us they would do better. They have not. They have let us down time and time again, and I appreciate you asking them to honor what they promised us in 2003, 2004. And on a personal note, although I was only the vice chairman of the P&Z, I did pay attention, and I did know that on citizens' comments, had you answered the provocations that were brought to you, you would have been in violation of the Open Records Act and subject to criminal prosecution. What you were subjected to is what a lot of businesses that tried to move into Leander were subjected to when that gentleman was the head of P&Z. And I appreciate your service and your decorum in the face of that provocation. I appreciate what you are doing now, and I hope that you will keep the disabled citizens of Leander foremost in your mind when you make your decisions. And I would hope that Capital Metro can do better. My gosh, they ran a train down to Austin during the University of Texas football games, wildly successful, and they discontinued it because they said we lose money on all our riders. The more people we get in there, the more money we lose. Until they do away with that kind of attitude and give us what will really work, which it works in many, many cities, we're in trouble. Thank you for bringing this up, and thanks for holding it. Y'all take care.
Good evening. I'm Jared Hodge. I live at 409 Joe Bates Drive. I have my notes here on what I wanted to say. This is the first city council meeting that I've come to, and I moved to Leander just over a year ago. Me and my family of 7, and so I have 5 kids between my wife and I, a couple of which have some health problems. And so one of the major reasons we chose the location we did was because of the train. Because I know that some of my children may not be able to drive ever, and some may not for quite a while. And so being within walking distance of the train is very important to us, and that's one of the reasons that we came here. And the loss of the train station would hurt the growth of Leander, right? I'm one of hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have moved here because of it. And I understand that it's not a great deal, and I'm glad that you're working to renegotiate it. I don't want to waste our money any more than anybody else does. And I freely admit that Capital Metro is not the most well-run historically. I've lived in the Austin area since 2000, so I'm well aware that it's not particularly efficient in the way that it works, but I am hopeful that recent changes may lead to more efficiency. And like I said, I'm glad that we're bringing ideas that you can take to Cap Metro to help them. But just because it is not well run doesn't mean we need to shoot ourselves in the foot and deny ourselves the growth that we're projecting in the future because we're frustrated that we're getting charged too much. I mean, it's understandable. Nobody wants to get ripped off, but it's going to hurt us probably more than it will them. And so where do we go from here? I think the negotiation is a great starting place. I would suggest that if in the future this comes back to a head, that maybe this be proposed as bringing attorney services to renegotiate instead of potentially end our services with them, because obviously renegotiation is the goal here. And also I would encourage you to not take this to a vote. My understanding at least is that if it goes to a vote, if we do say no, which based on the attendance here, I suspect that would be the case, that would put us to where we can't vote again on it for quite a while, and that would put us in an even worse negotiating point. So I think we'd be better off to try to avoid the brinksmanship type of mentality. Maybe that wasn't what was intended. I'm not trying to accuse anybody. But I do encourage you to try to work with them, involve the community if you need to. And then I absolutely work to get a better deal, especially if we can get the other communities involved. You know, station in Cedar Park would be great, and then we could share the load.
Elizabeth Hoyt. All right. Are you Elizabeth? All right. That's okay. Take your time.
Hi there. I'm Elizabeth Hoyt. I live at 2228 Kamei, and we and my family moved to Leander because of the public transportation that Leander offers. My husband takes the train to Austin every day, and it is something that we are very, very passionate about as a cornerstone for what we would like our community to have. I think something, I'm sorry, I was rushing from outside. We want to instill values like environmental protection, and we want to instill things like public service. And when we think of funding, what we'd like to see is that while things like a fire department may not be utilized by every single citizen every day, that doesn't necessarily mean that the need for those services isn't very real. What I think is most just paramount is that the rates definitely need to be renegotiated, but we'd like to see that the public transport and Cap Metro stay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Karen Thompson.
Karen Thompson, 11327 Hero Way West. Really, our place was Thompson's on Brushy Creek. Anyway, the train, I already showed the two pictures of two of our important trains, but what pictures don't tell you is the image that those trains partake. And that's what a lot of what we're hearing tonight is. What's that image? And that is the image of our town. We don't have, I have to disagree with the gentleman that said Round Rock didn't have anything. Well, dadgummit, Sam Bass died in Round Rock and is buried there. I'm telling you, back before I wrote the two history books on Round Rock, when computers first came about, you could put in something to search, and I forget what that first search engine was, whoever it was, and you put in Leander, nothing came up. You put in Round Rock, and the only thing that came up is outlaw Sam Bass was killed in Round Rock and is buried in Round Rock Cemetery. So even though Round Rock has a jillion other things to be proud of and things they're known of now, of course, the baseball team and so forth, but you still have that silly stuff about the cowboys and those outlaws of the 1880s, and when one was killed and died in your town. I mean, it gives you this notoriety that I don't quite understand it, but it's out there. So I will say this historically, we have no outlaws that were killed in Leander, and even though Baghdad Cemetery is huge, it's quite large, whereas Round Rock Cemetery is very small, but it has A.W. Grimes on one side and Sam Bass on the other, and Leander just missed the boat. We didn't have an outlaw. Now we have a Heinitz that was killed by a bank robber, and he's buried in Baghdad. He was killed by a bank robber. He went to work for a bank in Marble Falls. He was like 22 years old, and it was called the Newton Boys. And they held up that bank and killed him. And so they brought his body back by wagon, and he's buried in Baghdad Cemetery. We have no outlaws, but we do have the train, and I have full faith that y'all will keep it and work out an agreement, and that's for the betterment of Leander. Thank you so much.
Kathy Howell.
No, I'm always following her. Kathy Howell, Pickle Mason House. One other notable thing about Round Rock is Dell. It's a little thing there, but it's a little noticeable. I have a little bit more of a historical lean on Capital Metro. I've actually been fighting Capital Metro since the late 80s. And I can't remember if it's 89 or 90, but the University of Texas students were asked to save Capital Metro because of its disorganization and mismanagement. They were going bankrupt. They managed to do that from 1985 until 1989. It took them 4 years to go bankrupt. And the students, we all voted. It was actually the University of Texas has had a few student fights on voting over the years, and this was another one of them. But the students did vote to get Capital Metro buses, and the main reason why was for air conditioning. Because back then, I know we have some young people listening, and some young people in the back. Back then, we rode school buses that did not have air conditioning. Us old folks, we went to school without air conditioning, and we survived, and we made it back home. But we did want air conditioning. And that contract that the university negotiated with Capital Metro is what kept them going. And unfortunately, they're still mismanaging, and they are still one of the worst organized utilities around. With that said, my message is also for all you people that are here. I don't know all of the legal workings of Capital Metro, but I do believe part of the process is going to involve legislation. It's not just something that the city can renegotiate and here we go, here's our new contract. It is going to involve the state, it is going to involve our legislators, and it's Capital Metro has a lot of pull. So all of you people here, be ready for a 2-year fight. The legislature, they just ended their session for 2 years. So it will be 2 years from now before we can get resolution. So keep up the good fight. We need our train. We need our public transportation. We need Metro access out here. If nothing else comes of this, we need to get Metro access to all of our citizens in this community, and we need it now. So that was all I have to say. Thank you.
John Cowman.
Mayor, Council, John Cowman. I screamed when I saw that agenda item. I was shocked that it was on consent. I didn't like the verbiage. And I took umbrage to whoever put that on there. It was not good. You cut me open, I bleed Metro. I love Capital Metro. I was your representative for 6 years on the board of Capital Metro. We have many partners. Capital Metro is a quality of life company. But we always, as I stated earlier with the little library chat, we have partners. We don't treat partners the way I felt like that agenda item was treating our partner. PEC, LCRA, BCRUA, HEB, LISD. They're our partners, and we have dialogue with them. And I demand that each one of you have dialogue with our partners. We're a quality of life city. That's what we were built on. And they're all quality of life entities. Maybe this was a negotiation ploy Maybe you said, we're going to withdraw, and this, by God, you either do this or we're out of here. But what even struck me, blew me away, was the guy that you were going to hire. That's the guy that hoodwinked, and I left an article for you all, that hoodwinked the city of Cedar Park beyond imagination. You know what his name was? He who is not named up here. His name was Mud. And you all were considering hiring him, who literally hoodwinked our sister city in 2005. Do your homework. But that is not the way we do things here in Leander. We don't treat our partners like trash. And Capital Metro is a fine quasi-governmental agency that has its problems just like the city of Leander. But we must work together, and I encourage you all, thank you for pulling it, thank you for doing what you did. I think it's wonderful. But when Sid Sokol got up here, he did have some questions that I had. It's very concerning. So we have a rites of passage that you all must earn. The jury's out again with me on every one of y'all. The rites of passage have to be earned. And I'm holding you to a higher standard. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thomas Duffels.
Thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity for me to be here. I'm a Leander resident of just over 2 years, and one thing that I have learned over my time at living in Texas and working in the government is that everything has to go through legislator. That was one thing that you brought up in your comment, which I appreciate, and that it was brought up by the young lady that was up here just a little while ago, that things do have to go through legislator. It is a patient fight, and we do need to be wary of that. One thing that I did read is on the transportation code and the sales tax codes online that it's going to be a very difficult change. Cap Metro does pull a lot of weight in the legislator, so we are going to have to be patient with them and work with them and negotiate. If things do not go the way that we want this time, which is very possible, it is going to be something that we're going to have to be able to accept and swallow for a little bit longer. But as long as we are going to be working hand in hand with Capital Metro, they will be willing to work with us. The last thing that we need is going to be an enemy for us to be able to leave Leander to make our way back down to Austin. Because once we're outside of Capital Metro and we are no longer in their good side, it's going to be very difficult and very expensive for us to be able to go back into their fold. Thank you.
Michelle Cantwell.
Michelle Cantwell, 280 Eagle Landing Drive, Belton, Texas. I have standing with me 5 of us as former mayor pro tems, 1 former council member. I've got a couple of other council members that were not able to be here. We've been in a lot of discussion in terms of the Cap Metro deal, and it says a lot when you have this much time on council and what we all worked very hard for that makes us want to come in. I mean, I made a short-term decision to come in at 4:30 this afternoon from Belton. As council members, you have to think of long-term vision, and I do commend you for negotiations with them. Understand that former Mayor Fielder and myself, and I can't remember what other council member, we sat down with them about the routes within the city as well, and this was years ago. So I served from 2003 to 2014. We had to make decisions on the police department, the police building that we built, the fire admin. We bought that property at foreclosure, and it was a 20-year vision that this building would last and would serve our community. The young lady that was up here with the baby made a good point, and I had the discussion with Jason today. I said, according to what they're saying with the 1%, I said, it's a public service. Fire department, police department, I lived here 14 years before we relocated to Saudi Arabia. I never called the police department. I never called the fire department. Do we get rid of those because only a small percentage uses some of these services? The last of my children graduated Leander High School in 2006, yet for 8 years, I paid a substantial amount to Leander ISD. Public services cost money and don't always benefit every single person in the community, but they make it a better place to live. People seek to come live here because of what we all built. There were 7,900 residents here when I moved here in 2000. And one of the gentlemen that spoke actually lives in my old house in Overlook Estates at 604 Scenic Path. I just ask each of you, before you make some of these decisions, something as big as Cap Metro, that you please think of the long-term impact. North Line, how much year over year is that going to bring with that project in property taxes into this city? How many people will that benefit? ACC San Gabriel just put the four-year nursing program in place at a community college. There's going to be people coming into Leander just for that program. UT, part of the tuition that I paid when I went back to school at 47.5 was for Cap Metro. I got to ride free. I took that bus every single day because it gave me a time to study while I was on the bus. It kept me out of traffic. I didn't have to pay parking. I didn't have to pay gas. What are UT students or other students who ride for free or senior citizens going to do, and the handicapped, if this benefit's taken away? Okay, thank you.
Chris Maxwell.
My name is Chris Maxwell. I live at 113 Blue Sage Drive. I was the second person to live on that street. It's in the Larkspur Addition. And back in January, I've lived in Cedar Park for 7 years. Back in January, I decided to purchase my own home and quit paying the apartment complex. And I looked all over Austin and the surrounding cities. Having lived in Cedar Park, about half a mile from the train station, the schools here are amazing. It's still a rural area, which I love. I'm not a city girl. But the thing that brought me here was the train station, because unless you want me behind a wheel road raging all the way down to Austin on 6th Street in Congress and then road raging all the way back, it is not only good for our community and for our environment, but it's also good for our mental health. So please consider, what you're thinking of doing if you do withdraw. Not only are you affecting our future, from what I understand, this is one of the most booming cities in the Austin area, Leander and Pflugerville. So if we grow big and people are making the decision to pick Leander over every other place because of the train, if we get rid of it, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So thank you for negotiating, because I really would like to take the train on Saturday instead of having to drive downtown. And good luck and God bless.
Liz Bills. Sorry.
Hello, I'm Liz Bila, and I teach special ed kids at Leander High School. Part of our program is to take the train so that these kids can have transportation when they get out of the school system. Most of the kids, this is my nephew. Oh. He's the reason I got into this profession to begin with. But these guys don't, a lot of my students will never drive. They have visual impairments, they might be intellectually disabled. There's a gamut, spinal bifida, lots of reasons why my kids won't drive. So I'm here as their voice. I do also drive the bus and also the train into town occasionally, but I don't do it all the time. So I'm just here as their voice. I think some of my students are here as well. And we're all just saying, please keep thanks for the negotiations, but please keep the train and keep the bus. Thank you.
If it's going to benefit me, I need it. If it's going to get me from point A to point B, I need it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for what you do, by the way. David Dauber.
My name is David Dauber, 1012 Overlook Bend. I also live in Overlook Estates. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I want to talk about a subject that you may not have thought of, although it's been mentioned up here several times already, and that subject is accessibility. I work for the state of Texas. I am an accessibility specialist, and I work in the Civil Rights Office for Health and Human Services. I deal with accessibility every day. For digital accessibility, we make websites accessible for the public. One of the things that I talk to people about all the time when I'm giving instruction on accessibility, their feedback to me is, oh, I didn't know that we had to do that, or I didn't know that that needed to be done. I didn't know blind people could actually use a computer to look at our websites. I'm astonished about it. So I bring that up to you today because I take the train, I take the bus to go to work, to be an active citizen in this community. I'm afraid that if you put it to a vote to the public of Leander, they won't think about the accessibility portion of it because they may not know that the train is accessible and that people with disabilities use it daily for work and for recreation. Please do not put this to a vote. Thank you for your time.
Betty Signs.
Hi, I'm Betty Signs. My family chose the Austin area for me in the 1870s, and my husband and I chose Leander about 2005 when we bought our home. Upon arrival, I was so excited to hear about the Capital Metro commuter, rail, and bus service. In fact, I was so excited I'd go down to Austin City Hall and attend meetings with Vic Villarreal, Dave Siebold, and then Mayor Kalman. I actually signed up to volunteer as soon as there was a call for that for Capital Metro. I rode the train and critiqued it for the benefit of future riders. I even volunteered the first day that the trains ran to help ensure that it went as smoothly as possible. You know, Baghdad did not want the train. Let's not make that same mistake again. I did serve on PNC from 2006, or was it 7, up until 2015. So I've served a little bit of time, currently serving on the Historical Commission. And Leander does have the Leander Tall Lady, the dinosaur tracks, and we also have the mass grave of the victims of the Webster Massacre in the Davis Cemetery. So we have a lot of other things besides the train. Leander's a great place to live. Let's keep it that way.
Love those dinosaur tracks, by the way. Rick Shirley.
Came in just in time, didn't I? I'm Rick Shirley. I live at 2204 First View in the fairways of Crystal Falls and have lived there for about 9 years or 8 years now. I've had a Leander mailing address for 33 years. What I just wanted to speak about, I'm against getting out of the Capital Metro interlocal agreement. I would like to make sure that, unlike Cedar Park and unlike Round Rock, that we stay in it, because as y'all may have noticed, Cedar Park and Round Rock are negotiating right now to try to get mass transit a little better in those cities. They relied completely on the toll road, and that happens to be probably the highest, most expensive toll road per mile in the world. And I don't think it's going to get any better. So I'd prefer that we not depend on toll roads to have transportation to and from this community. Y'all have to pardon my voice will break a little bit because I'm not normally a public speaker and get a little bit shaken up. But I provided y'all a list of questions that I wanted you to have in the event that you wisely made the decision to have a workshop and take this off the agenda, which you did. Some of those questions I would like you to consider at your workshop, at least the answers to those. Additionally, I got inspired, as you may have noticed a number of people did, based on the news report that said we had already pretty much made the decision on the council to get out of the Metro interlocal agreement. So we were going to pay somebody money to do that. I would assume, based on your comments on Facebook, Mr. Mayor, that we need that money for other things. And so if we can sit down as a council and as citizens and sit down with Capital Metro and renegotiate the interlocal agreement that we have with them, that's the smart thing to do. Otherwise, we're going to end up being like Austin and paying consultants to come in and tell us what we need to do and then pay a consultant to hire the consultant. I'd rather we don't do that. That's why I moved out here 33 years ago. When I was with the Austin Police Department for 31 years, I also worked security for Capital Metro. We came out to this far and a little bit further because, as y'all know, that railroad line has been there for a long time. It's not going anywhere. There are a number of different entities that have a contract to make sure that railroad line stays there in its entirety. And so Capital Metro is going to have to bargain with you a little bit. They also, it's my understanding, have limited their bus service, or not their bus service, but their rail service while there's construction going on. So there's a lot of different negotiating points and a lot of changes that will be made in the next 2 years. Take that opportunity to work with them, and let's get this worked out. Thank you.
Alfredo Campa.
Mayor, Council. I moved here to Leander for the same reason, the train, also for Leander High School. When we moved here, my kids were still in high school, and we researched the schools and found that Leander was one of the top schools in the city. So I've been riding the train and bus for 8 years. I'll give you a little bit of how my day starts. My day starts at 4 o'clock in the morning to catch the bus to get to work. I work at the University of Texas. I work in the tunnels at utilities, which averages about 100 degrees to 110 degrees, and I'm there about 6 hours of my working day. When I get off of work, I'm tired, sleepy, and when that bus pulls up, I am happy to see it because it's air conditioned. I can recline that seat back and take a nap because at that time I feel that I'm in no condition to drive because I'm dozing off. I see a lot of people around me doing the same thing. I have about 8 coworkers that work with me that also ride the train at the same time I do. I also, when I'm riding on the bus, look down at the cars next to me. Half of the people are either on their phones or their laptops. And I'm saying I'm thankful that I'm on that bus because it's safe. I'm trying to also keep other people safe by not driving while I am so tired and sleepy. And thank you for giving us a voice on this subject. And I thank you again. I hope that we do decide to keep it.
Lori Mitchell.
My name is Lori Mitchell. I live at 629 Carly Ann Lane in Northside Meadow. My husband and I moved back to Texas 10 years ago to the Austin area. We lived there for up until 2 years ago, and when we became empty nesters, we looked at a different place. Our first choice was Georgetown, and because I had been working downtown, we made the decision to come to Leander because of the train. I had a much longer speech, but the only thing I'll tell you is that 3 days a week, I bring home an elderly couple to the Leander Station senior apartments. If you take that out, that takes away their transportation. I have 2 sons. One's getting his master's, shaky, in San Antonio. Him and his fiance want to move to Leander because they have that option of taking public transportation. I have another son getting his PhD, and while it sounds like I'm bragging, proud mom, I am. He uses public transportation in Chicago. His first choice when looking for a job is a place that has that as well. My husband and I wanted to retire here. If the transportation goes away, we will really revisit that because I look at the growth here and what's available, and if you take that away, it's going to take the growth away. Thank you.
Carolyn Powers. Is Carolyn here? All right, Nicholas Beardsley.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Nicholas Beardsley. I live at 1202 Oak Hollow Drive here in Leander, Texas. Wife and I are lifetime Texas citizens, and we love the state, and we specifically love Austin. We moved up here about 2 years ago. We looked for a house for about 4 months, and we settled here in Leander specifically for the train, as many people have stated. We did that because driving is dangerous. And until everybody has an automated car, God willing, someday in the future it'll happen, I'm not going to take my life in my own hands if I don't have to. 15 times more likely to die driving to work in the morning than taking a train. Take that into consideration. How much is that chance worth to the city of Leander? Also, I chose this house because of the train, as many people did, as many people have stated here tonight. How much will my property value go down if this train is off the table? I agree that you need to negotiate. You're paying way too much for this service. But just like asking for zero cost for the train service is off the table, taking the train service out of Leander has to be off the table too. It is important to everybody in the city. It is important to people with disabilities, my wife included. She just got back to Leander from a specialist appointment down in Austin, and she would not have been able to get there without the train. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, citizens of Leander, come up and voicing your opinion and hopefully helping our representatives make the right choices. Thank you.
Mike Rodella. Mike. All right. Leah Jaramillo.
Thank you for saying my name right. I'm at 1316 Hensley Drive. I'll be on the train tomorrow morning at 5:54 in the morning. I ride it every day. I've been here for 3 years. We bought our house here 3 years ago, specifically because of the train. I've been in the Austin area for 11. And when my mom suggested moving out to Leander, I wanted nothing to do with it until I saw the train was out here, and I specifically bought a house. near the train for that reason, and I have my 5-year-old now who's going to Leander ISD, one of the schools here, in August. So I share a lot of what everybody said tonight, so I won't repeat that. I do want to thank everybody for the history lesson on the train. My takeaway from that is that the train has been a critical part of Leander pretty much as long as we've been around. And with the help of the train, sounds like we built the Capitol. And we continue to. We're leveraging our resources just like we always have. Our resources now are labor that we're giving to the Capitol. And so I would hope that you take that into consideration when you're thinking about our partnership and our relationship with Cap Metro. Let's see. It was interesting to see that Leander is the highest earning city in the county when it comes to sales tax. And so the argument that that payment is hurting us seems a little, it doesn't really seem to hold much weight once I saw the numbers up there. So that was just a takeaway I had. And then at your meeting in August, I wanted to thank you for reconsidering your approach to how we partner with Cap Metro. And so at your meeting in August, a couple things I'd like you to take into consideration when you're working with them. Maybe alternatives to legislature. So let's not look at how we change from a legislature standpoint or even looking for legal advice. Let's try to be creative about what we do with what we already have. So that we can increase service and increase ridership actually to Leander. Currently, a lot of the talk is about us all leaving Leander, but we have a train that comes here till midnight on Friday nights. I'd love to see our chamber partner with Cap Metro to do some sort of marketing campaign to host a happy get out of Austin hour on Friday nights from 5 to 9. I think that would go over really well in Austin. And we have a train to get people out here, and it could happen this year. Not something that we have to necessarily get permission for. We just need to be creative and use our minds for it. So yeah, some sort of co-branding with Cap Metro, with our Chamber of Commerce. Bridget's team seems like they'd be pretty good at that.
Thank you.
I just want to put this in your head. Fair enforcement doesn't happen until Kramer, so the numbers that we have for Leander are inaccurate. I write it every day, and the fair enforcement doesn't start until Kramer or Crestview.
John Douglas.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. Apologies if I'm reiterating a lot of points that have already been made. Obviously, I'm not from around here. It seems that the city of Leander, I've been a resident here for 4 years with my wife. Love living up here in super close proximity to public transport, to get downtown, to work for the state of Texas, to serve this amazing state. 5 to 10 years ago, nobody had really heard of Austin outside of the US. Obviously, it's really big, a big city over here, but internationally, people hadn't heard of it outside of Houston and Dallas. Now, multiple European airlines offer direct flights to Austin. It is possible to take public transport from the airport all the way to Leander. Is it refined? Is it a fantastic system? No, it is not. Are we getting bang for our buck? No, I don't believe we are. It's still in its infancy in the grand scheme of things, as is the growth plans for the city of Leander. I remember visiting here when I came to first see my girlfriend, now wife, and it was a very, very small city, and in a very short amount of time it has grown exponentially. It's fantastic to see the projects for North Line. The potential growth for the city is a fantastic opportunity, and one of the big upsells that every single housing developer has, every single company that advertises online, is the fact that they have that access to public transport. I'm encouraged to see that the conversation and the headlines in the last 24 hours have changed from the city of Leander is leaving Cap Metro to let's get a better deal. couldn't agree with that more, and I support you 100% in that. All of these companies that want to move here, their whole ethos is where's a good location, and I feel if we backtrack too much, then the problem could be that we're just another city competing with all of the other suburbs of Austin. We don't have that advantage that we do currently hold. It's completely correct that there are a lot of empty buses that run every day and empty trains that run every day. Can we talk to Cap Metro to possibly reduce some of those ones, to reduce the burden on us? Can we talk to the citizens of Leander who are unable to commute to their particular area downtown? Can we talk about changing the system of the buses, the drop-off points? Is that a conversation that we can have? I'm not entirely sure, but by all means, I'm here to support, I think, this city that has a fantastic potential ahead of it, and I look forward to spending my life here and seeing Leander constantly grow and to outdo every other suburb of Austin. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Douglas Egolf. All right. Susan Stray. Fred Stray. Fred and Susan left. Carol Keese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Carol Cassie. I live at 517 Longhorn Cavern Road. I specifically, my husband and I, 3 years ago when our last child graduated, were looking to downsize. And I've lived in Austin all my life. I was born and raised there. I looked in Georgetown, Round Rock, Liberty Hill, Dripping Springs, and I chose Leander because of all the communities we looked in, Leander seemed to be the most forward-thinking community at the time, 3 years ago. I looked at connectivity, how I could connect with my livelihood and still live outside of the city in a flourishing community that looked like it was going somewhere in a direction and had a positive vibe, a vibe that I could help create as a citizen. If we take Capital Metro away, we take away connectivity. It is not a perfect service. It is not a perfect organization. I get mad and angry, and I call them all the time. They hear from me when things don't go my way because I think that they could be doing better. But the bottom line is, I know we pay a lot, and I appreciate the renegotiation because I think that's critical. It's crucial. They should not be allowed to provide a nonchalant service when they're being paid that much money by a community as a partner. And I respect the gentleman's position on how we should treat our partners, but the partners should reciprocate. That said, I don't mind paying what I pay, and my company doesn't pay me to commute. I don't mind paying more. I think the service is vital. I think it's vital to our future. I think people talk a lot about our property taxes are going up, but our property values will also fall if this service goes away. So I'm so thankful to hear that you're negotiating. Know that as a citizen of this community, I will do whatever I can to support you and to rally behind you and get your message there, or get the message out. I will stand with you in legislature, but I think if we let this service go, we're not going to have the growth and the forward movement or momentum that we're seeing now. Thank you very much.
Michael Schloss. Michael? Mike Sanders?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak before you tonight. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that I think pretty much we've had about 150 people or so here tonight that are saying that public transportation is a need that we have here in Leander. And I agree with these folks that public transportation is a need. So the question here is whether we are effectively fulfilling that need for our citizens. Currently, according to Capital Metro, somewhere less than 500 people per day use the service from Leander. All of us watch the empty trains going by the intersections constantly, and all of us can see that they're empty. It's not a secret that the trains are empty. However, these folks here, all these good folks, they need transportation. So the question here is not whether or not we should keep Cap Metro, in my mind. The question is whether or not we should keep public transportation. And I believe that we should. I believe that we should provide some means for people to be able to get to work, to get to school, and back to Leander. Now, right now we're paying over $5.5 million per year to Cap Metro for less than 1% of our population to ride the buses and trains. The other 99% of our population is not being represented here tonight. The other 99, I'm the only person tonight who is speaking against Cap Metro or against the idea of staying with Cap Metro, because that $5.5 million per year could be used in many ways to provide transportation for our citizens. We could buy 150,000, if a van costs $50,000, a 15-passenger van, $50,000, we could buy 100 of those with $5 million. And we could then pay 100 drivers every year. We could provide 100 jobs right here in Leander to our citizens with $5 million a year. We could take all these good folks, we could pick them up at their doorstep for free and deliver them to the doorstep of their working place for free for $5 million a year. There are many ways we could be more effective with our money. And right now, the 99% that aren't using the train, or the buses, many more of them would likely want to use public transportation if the transportation arrived to their doorstep and actually took them to some place that was desirable, instead of dropping them off at the Civic Center, at the Convention Center downtown, where they then have to travel many blocks maybe to get to work. So I'm here to represent the other 99%. And if you're interested, look at leanderlookout.com and find out more.
Thank you. Tyler DePrado. Hope I'm saying that right. Tyler. Tina Oroz.
Hello. Thank you so much. And I just want to start off by saying thank you to all of you. As elected officials, I know your job often feels thankless, so I want you to know that we do appreciate all that you do for us. I'm here tonight because I want to speak in support of keeping Capital Metro in the city of Leander. My husband and I moved to Leander 4 years ago and bought a home here, specifically because of Cap Metro, like so many other people have mentioned as well. My husband has a hereditary neurological disease that causes him to be unable to work. So we are a single income family, and even on my humble income, we're able to afford a home and have a life that we love here in the city of Leander. And a big part of that is because of Capital Metro, because I don't have to pay for the daily commute, the gas, the tolls, the parking downtown to get to my job. On top of that, it saves me 2 hours a day because I can work on the train, and I have a better quality of life, and my family has a better quality of life because I'm able to be home those extra 2 hours a day to be with my family and for us to be involved in community events here. So I really hope that you will take that into consideration and what everyone else here has said tonight and keep Capital Metro in Leander. Thank you.
Gabrielle Mendoza. Gabriel, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, and thank you to the police officer and first responder that are here attending to us. I'm here just to tell my story. I moved from Miami 2 months ago. We bought a home in the Vista Ridge area, and I did extensive research prior to coming out here. And one of the things that caught my attention, and my main criteria was public transportation. I have a big city income out of Austin, but I wanted to have a small town feeling. I have a 15-month-old son. My wife is here with me as well, and we take pride in the fact that we moved out here. We respect our neighbors. I take pride in the fact that I make a public investment, and after hearing these individuals here speak, actually my situation is pale in comparison to theirs, and I'm proud to invest in individuals like these two folks that spoke here. In addition to that, I take pride in the public investment I make through my real estate taxes for public education and for those children that are going to be our future to get to their schools. So I'm for the investments that we're making. I want to thank you for bringing awareness to this issue, the positives, the negatives. You folks have a great responsibility on your hands. I respect it. You're public servants. This is not something you need to be doing, but you've chosen it. And I just want you to know that I hope that you guys think thoroughly about folks' livelihoods, because a lot of us decided to move out here because we had access to that mode of transportation that allows us to go into the big city, work, come back, and spend here. I tell my wife all the time, don't go to the HEBs in Cedar Park, stay in Leander, because that's where we need to spend our money. So I'm doing everything possible to keep my money in Leander. I hope I just see a return on that investment, and I thank you once again for your time and for your transparency with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Welcome to Leander, too. Mary and Higginstock? Higginstock?
German? Is it Mary Higginstock?
Yes.
I believe it is.
Can you all hear me? Okay. It's nice to be here, and I'm glad you're going to be looking at options in the future. I heard, and this might not be right, but I heard the reason you want to reduce the 1% tax is so you can use it for economic development. So I want to speak to that. Because, and I'm going to leave this with you, there's been recent articles that show that tax incentives don't really work. So, if we were planning to use that saved money to spend tax incentives to bring businesses, there's other things we can do. And what they say is the most important things for bringing business, skilled labor, access to universities. Well, from Leander, people now go to UT and ACC, and now they would be able to also come here for school. Access to research institutions. There's a Pickle Research Center, and then there's also UT. And I know a lot of people that use the service to get to both of those places. They say good transportation. Well, we've been talking about that. Favorable regulatory environment, and I know you pay attention to that, and availability to bank loans. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm 75, and maybe when I'm 85 or 90, I won't be able to drive. So, I'm fighting with my mother, who's 97, to get her husband to stop driving because he hits stuff, so I don't want to do like that family. The other thing is I love to go on the train on Friday. We go downtown for Esther's Follies, and we don't have to worry about parking, and we come back home, and just it's so easy. And not you don't have to go to the Civic Center if you have other locations. There's many stops, so just so people are aware of that, That's it.
I hope I look that good when I'm 75, by the way. So I doubt it the way I'm going. Ashley Hay.
Hi, my name is Ashley Hay. I live at 1728 Bovina Drive. I'm here to repeat what you've heard many times over tonight. First of all, thank you for removing the agenda item and for hearing us out. I've lived in Leander with my husband for 3 years and hope to someday raise our family here. We love Leander so much that we are actually building a new house a mile from our existing house because we don't want to move any further. We especially don't want to move any further from the Cap Metro station. I've taken the 985 and the 987 bus in addition to the train for 19 months, saving an estimated $13,000 on tolls, gas, car maintenance, and the cost of parking downtown. That is a very low estimate. It's likely closer to $20,000, which in turn goes back into our local economy here in Leander, most of which I will admit finds itself at Crystal Falls Golf Course or El Jardín. More than money, we're saving time with our families, we're reducing pollution, and helping reduce the traffic problem for our neighboring city. I, too, like everyone else, have had my fair share of problems with Cap Metro, including late or missing buses, no seats available on the way from downtown, standing for 60 minutes, buses breaking down. Someone had a heat stroke one time when the AC was down. You name it, I've gone through it. I've sent an email about it. I've called. They know my name. I'm on a no-contact list, I'm sure. With that, my request of everyone here is for all of us to do the same, to hold our partner accountable, as it's been mentioned several times this evening. Even through the struggles, I cannot see being without Cap Metro and staying in Leander. For all of our young folks that need the public transportation, for our elderly folks, for our just business commuters, for our folks that need the accessibility, my ask of you, Council, is to continue thinking through the ways that we can improve our partnership here, but completely removing the option of leaving this service. And I thank you for your time.
David Reeves.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you for your time and service. We appreciate it. My name is Dr. David Reeves. I'm an adjunctive professor at ACC, and I teach at the Eastview campus, which is a far distance from Leander. I'm also a retired Army colonel, a disabled veteran, and I live at 804 Overlook Bend. Half my neighborhood is here tonight. Good to see Michelle again. I'm speaking tonight totally on my behalf. I'm in strong opposition to any measure that would remove Leander from any transportation options with Cap Metro. Personally, what I feel needs to be done is expand the service, not discontinue the service. During the school year, I utilize this excellent community service several times a week. Many residents of Leander moved here just because of the access, much of what we've heard this evening. I see students, I see employees that study or work in Austin riding the daily rails. The system is crucial for continued growth of our city, especially since there are so few employers here in Leander. We need to work on that. As a resident of Leander for 18 years, I've witnessed the phenomenon of Leander's growth, partially because of what I speculate is the Metro and the toll road 183A. I really can't believe anybody would consider withdrawal of Leander from the Capital Metro. Please consider expanding, not discontinuing the service. The turnout tonight shows the interest of the community. Please remember, we voted for you to manage our city in its best interest. Please continue to do so. I am encouraged by the further discussions. Please remember that another way to expand tax revenue is to increase the tax base through growth. Please don't withdraw Leander from Capital Metro for any reason. Thank you.
Adrienne Sharp. Dennis Ferris.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dennis Ferris. I live at 20 Verde Ranch Loop in Leander. I've lived in Leander since 2004, and I chose to live in Leander. I'm a retired Austin police officer, as is Sergeant Shirley behind me. My wife is a current city employee of Austin, and she rides the train every day. As a retired Austin police officer, I don't have to get out of bed if I don't want to, but I get up every morning and take her to the train. She drives her car in usually on Monday and leaves it at the police station. And then I take her back and forth to the train station every day. So she has a car in town, but the train allows her to go back and forth. Now, I've heard people say there's 500 people that ride the train. I think it's a lot more than that. But what I want you to think about is if you take away public transportation, you take away the train, you take away the buses out of Leander, you're going to put those 500 people in cars in Austin, okay? Now, 183, the way it's built, was built for a city in 1981. They didn't build it till 93. But it was, TxDOT told the city of Austin we need to build that roadway. Austin didn't want to build it because they were afraid people were going to move to Cedar Park and Leander. Guess what? They moved anyway. And the road's not big enough to handle the cars that go on it every morning. If you're not on 183 by 6:50 in the morning, you're in trouble. But I also want you to think about this. Austin is on track for 105 fatalities, traffic fatalities, this year alone. 2 years ago, they had 3 years ago, they had 110. They're on track for about 25 homicides. So what does that tell you? It tells you you're 4 times more likely to be killed in a car in Austin than you are murdered. And now you're talking about putting 500 people in their cars having to go to Austin. Okay? I came up here tonight to get into a fight. I'll be honest with you. I haven't had a good one in a while, and I'll leave you with this. And in fact, I need to tell you that my dog is a proud client of Dr. Stiles back there. But I will tell you and leave you with this one thought. Retired people have a lot of time on their hands, and we get paid when we put our feet on the floor in the morning. So think about what you're going to do. Mayor, when I heard you say you were pulling, you wanted to make the motion to pull it, I was one of the ones out there that applauded you. Talk to Metro, figure it out, but moving and taking mass transit out of this city is a huge mistake. Thank you.
Tara Long.
That's my wife, and she's outside waiting on me.
Okay. Richard Allen.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Hill. I'm a resident of 2006 Star Pass in Leander, Texas, Crystal Falls area. I was a vice chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I served for 6 years. Excuse me. And one of the things that I won't echo what everybody has said, but the Capital Metro system is vital to Leander. If you take it out, this city will die. And a lot of people have kind of echoed what I've said, and what I've learned is that people need this transportation. They need it for Leander. It's very important. One of the things people have not touched on is when I was a commissioner on the P&Z was a transit-oriented development. The reason you see ACC, the reason you see the HEB across the street, the reason you see a lot of the medical facilities in Leander is because of Cap Metro. So I urge you to be choiceful and careful about what you do. I am encouraged that you are going to be in negotiations with Capital Metro, but I urge you not to take it away, because if you do, there'll be a lot of citizens leaving Leander, and I might be one of them, because I use Cap Metro every day. My wife is a City of Austin employee. She uses Cap Metro as well, not as much as I do. I try to use it every day, and it's just like a lot of the gentlemen have said and some of the citizens have said before, it keeps people off the road. It would be a big mistake to withdraw and get out of Cap Metro, because you're going to put 500 or more people on the streets of Austin, and I'm sure you guys know how bad the traffic is in Austin. It's terrible. It's terrible. And by having people off the streets, you're saving lives, you're helping the environment, and you're helping the economy in Leander. Capital Metro is not the best organized system. It's not the best organized agency, but Leander has put too much time and money into Cap Metro. And I was encouraged by some of the commissioners that I've served with and some of the city council people that serve Leander. They worked hard on getting Capital Metro in this city, and it would be a detriment to Leander and to the surrounding areas if we got out of Cap Metro. So think hard, think long, and I'm glad you're in negotiations, but make the right decision. Thank you.
Rebecca Tate. Jim Lerner. Jeff Seiler.
It feels really good to be on this side of the dais tonight. My name is Jeff Seiler. I live at 1100 Oak Hollow Drive in Leander. Councilmember Stevenson asked me to read an email that y'all received. I'm going to read it for the public. It says, at this time, I've received 100 emails in regards to Cap Metro, 96 of those in favor of keeping the rail station and services. I'm writing this and asking for a friend to read it at the city council meeting to answer all those emails and to voice my concerns since I'm unable to make the meeting to a family vacation. Her first point was about the long history of the rail, which Ms. Thompson went over. Number two is the Cap Metro station was brought in to develop the local area surrounding it as a mixed-use downtown. We refer to it as the TOD. The area has been nurtured through the years to bring about this specific type of economic development. The ACC campus has joined us due in large part to the rail station, which spurred on and helped attract other economic development. Two examples are St. David's and North Line. The positive economic impact of these two cannot be ignored. Number three, I personally know people who moved here because of the Metro Rail, and we've heard that tonight. Many of the emails we received here were from those who chose to buy the home in Leander because of the Metro Rail. Number four, the Metro Rail station is completing its purpose and making Leander unique, attracting users to our city and bringing some big economic development. I do not think it is wise to proceed forward with discussion and an election to pull out before we formally enter in negotiations with Randy Clark and Cap Metro to see what kind of agreement we can reach for better service. As I understand it, they are currently seeking ways to increase our services and have offered some alternatives. Number five, finally, I don't believe we need to contract with an outside attorney in working with Cap Metro for negotiations. We currently have a very capable city attorney who we can use. And I'll share some of my points. First off, pulling an item off the consent agenda without a motion and then having the item and voting on it and then having a public comment. One of these days we have to learn how to run a city meeting. Number two, think about the liability from North Line, St. David's, ACC, Lance Hughes, who contributed to most of y'all's campaigns. What's going to happen to their property values and their TERS reimbursements by getting out of this deal? And finally, personally, my opinion, and I know my opinion doesn't matter anymore, and most of y'all probably never listen to me anyway, but as a former city council member and mayor pro tem, I stand united with my former council members and P&Z members that were here and are watching online. We really need to stop embarrassing our city. We love Leander more than anything. And it would be really nice to go 1 week without you saying something or doing something stupid that hampers our city. Please stop.
Luis Ruiz. Steve Harris.
Mr. Mayor and Council, normally I'm not very interested in local politics, but this week I became very interested. I was astounded when I heard that you were even considering pulling out of mass transit system here in Leander. It was unbelievable. Nobody does that in this day and age. That's one of the chief problems in the country is mass transit, especially in Austin with the traffic we have here. Unbelievable. How can anyone be so stupid as to come up with an idea like that? Then I was reading an article in the Hill Country News, and I know exactly what the reason was. A PAC was bragging about how they bought the city council. And they were bragging about how they put the mayor in office. And they were going to raid the public treasury to give benefits to developers. How ridiculous is that? They were coming right out and saying it. And then I hear, well, this is not confirmed yet, that UGate came up with a snide remark that you're going to use the savings to build a water park in place of the train station, the bus station. And my question is, who would own the water park? Somebody associated with the PAC? And the city would pay for the water park, and the PAC insiders would benefit from it? Crony capitalism at the worst. Unbelievable. Now, before I retired, I used to work for the federal government as a federal regulator. And we dealt with developers who took over savings and loan institutions, ran them broke, ripped them off, and stuck the taxpayer with the cleanup. This looks like that's what this is here. Developers taking away public investment for their own benefit, for their own tax incentives, etc. This is absolutely ridiculous. So, this is my message to you. I don't thank you for your public service. You're trying to rip off the public. You're not serving the public. So get off your high horses and don't give me that dirty stare. Because I'm here to tell you the way it is.
Sure, don't worry.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Sean Conley.
Can I give you that? Yeah. Okay. Good evening. How are y'all tonight? Oh, that's right. You can't talk to me. I'm Sean Conley. I live at 617 Joppa Road. And my wife and I here have the proud distinction of being the first homeowners that closed in Northside Meadow when that neighborhood first opened up. We were able to be the proud owners of that home and have that distinction because when we were looking to relocate our family from Pflugerville, because it had no public transportation, we found that Leander was the perfect site and location for us because not only did it have great schools, but it did have that transportation. That transportation that I very much depend on a daily basis to get me to my job within the city of Austin that I have been working at for 23 years. I did not have that opportunity in Pflugerville, but I did now have that opportunity out here in Leander. So that was great. It was a great opportunity to us, and it was given to us by the leadership and vision of the Leander City Council that dated back all the way to 1985 and through the last, well, up until the last 3 years, I guess. So we invested in the vision and the future that City Council put together for us. There's so much opportunity that Leander has to offer that other cities such as Pflugerville, Round Rock, and Cedar Park don't have because of that partnership. And I think that you've heard many of us talk about tonight of how that partnership is critical and crucial to the survival of Leander. And I would also like to point out that we should find a way to leverage that partnership to make Leander even more unique and more of a destination than those other big box cities. I think if you look at the strongtowns.com, there's a wonderful article in there where it talked about the decisions that you as a council and the citizens of this city have to make. That study in the article was based on Urban 3, which, again, I'm not for sure, but maybe that's something that the city council funded to find out what we should be doing. It would seem like to me if we had the foresight to fund the project, maybe we should follow the directions of that project. So, Mayor, just to correct you, you've already been corrected, and you already know that we do have Friday night service and Saturday evening service. I believe you said in one of your posts that we didn't. Opting back in, I think if you look at Pflugerville, they can't opt back in because they're using that money to go to corporate investments, and they've got more on their hands than they can do to get back in. So thank you for realizing and working with Randy Clark. I think that you have an open door, and I hope that you maximize that open door. I also think that you need to consider the possibilities of providing metro access for individuals that have disabilities and fixed routes that will be a part of that 1% sales tax, and you won't be asked to give any higher contribution percentages. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Terry Horner.
Mayor Hill, council members, citizens of Leander. My name is Terry Horner. I live at 436 Canadian Springs Drive here in Leander, and I'm a new resident to Leander. Moved here within the last 11 months for, guess what, a military reassignment. You may or may not know, but there's, besides Fort Hood population, there's a very large population of military and civilian personnel living in this city associated with the Army's newest command in downtown Austin. We have 500 employees, both military and civilian, who were turned upside down within the past year and said, guess what, you're moving to Austin, and you need to go find a home. There isn't military housing like there is on traditional military reservations, and so folks who knew little about where they were going to end up were told in a very short period of time to go find a place to live. Some of you on council have prior military service. You understand this, that what are the first things you look for? If you have kids, you're looking for good schools. The other thing, how do I get to work? Do I have a place that my spouse can find a job? Those are the things that run through your mind as a service member on a daily basis. And we did our research, and we looked at all the other cities. We looked at Round Rock. We looked at Georgetown. We looked at Pflugerville. We looked at Cedar Park, and everything came back to Leander. Leander was where it was at. You know, you've got world-class schools. Glenn High School is absolutely amazing. My kid is a completely different kid because of living in Leander. And what totally sold it, though, was that public transportation. Since we've stood up, we have 86 employees living in the Leander area that have moved here in the last year. Of that, about 43 are riding public transportation. Of that, about 40 have purchased homes in this area, contributing to your tax base, our tax base, that funds the things that we need in this city. And quite frankly, if you chose to pull out of this agreement, it is a severe detriment to this city. Will no longer be favorable because residents won't want to come here. Potential residents won't want to come here. And that drives businesses to want to come here and develop to support those residents. And so I'm extremely thankful that you chose to take this off the agenda and work with Capital Metro to come up with a great solution. And I certainly hope that through this negotiation we continue to expand service for the citizens of Leander. Expand service gets folks to come visit Leander, check us out, see what we have to offer, help us build a great future. But in closing, I thank you again for taking this off the table. I look forward to hearing how you're going to work with Capital Metro and, again, continue to make Leander a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Richard McGee.
I know you're tired and you want to go home, and I'll make this as brief as possible. Again, my name is Richard McGee. I live at 2310 Arroyo Grande in the Fairways. My wife and grandchild and daughter moved here last year, so we're new residents also. I think the one thing that I talk about process and just the agenda and reading the agenda when I found out about the issue, other than in the newspaper or whatever, was just the issue withdrawal on there. And it just really caught my attention was that the city would consider withdrawing from something that's so critical to the future of Leander is astounding to me. And it brought up the idea of Brexit. I mean, I've been watching a lot about Brexit in England, so that's the image that came out. No deal? Are we going to go a deal or no deal? So all to say, I just encourage you to, in fact, thank you for the clarification that, yes, you're going to do a workshop. I would ask for a clarification on that. Is that workshop open to the public? So I will be attending, and thank you for that. The other thing is I would encourage you, because of my background, I was trained as a transportation planner. I did it for 43 years. So I did a lot with transit, a lot with highways, but the thing that I need to encourage you, because I know you're also considering a new plan update. Those things are intricately tied together. They don't need to be one without the other. So whatever issue you're in fact moving, they need to move together, not separately. So because they will have direct implications on one or the other. The other thing I want to just mention is just a comment about you see empty buses. Well, you know what? In doing transportation, you see empty roads too. You build transportation for maximum capacity, for peak hour. And the other times, they go down. So, in fact, if you get on the road at 3 o'clock in the morning, guess what? It's going to be empty. And so there are cases you'll see buses and transit also empty. It's because they're built for peak periods. So don't let that discount the need for that transportation facility. Thank you for your service. And again, I'll see you in August at the workshop.
Tegan Retzer.
Hi, my name is Tegan Retzer. I live at 2105 Emerald Isle Drive. Taking away rail service does not make sense because people are not using it. Let's let the seniors rake the leaves to pay for their new senior centers. Instead of paying for Robin Bledsoe Park, let's just give 500 YMCA memberships out because that's going to be a cheaper alternative. Or let's cut funding to Little League because not all little boys like to play baseball. But the main point, let's stop pretending that the new hospital, downtown, and ACC selected that specific cow field for any other reason than being adjacent to a train station from Austin. It's delusional to pretend that double-digit growth in Leander isn't largely due to affordability within commuting distance of Austin. What will happen to all these developments if they have to sit next to an empty train station? As we've heard from ACC board members online, we can kiss the expansion goodbye. We are only moments away from breaking ground on 3 major economic powerhouses, including a new downtown. On the train, we have spent 10 years training a new show horse just to abandon her while we are waiting we have spent 10 years training a show horse just to abandon her while people are parking for opening night. Let's work on expanding service so we can go out to dinner in Austin, or people can take a day trip to our new downtown to see a show. Strengthen our relationship with Cap Metro, expand services, and don't pull out. Thanks.
James, Chris, I'm sorry, I can't read your last, Chris Mund. James, Randy Davis, John Andy Bosman,
Good evening, City Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I do anything else, I just want to say I hope you have a happy anniversary, you and your wife. I want to thank you all for your stepping up to public service. Unlike some of my good friends back here, one thing I really like to do is defend my neighbors, all my neighbors, even the ones I disagree with vehemently. So I have to say, I don't actually believe that there's some secret cabal conspiracy to, swap out North Line or some of the other developments so that somebody can swoop in and get the land on the cheap and then make a profit on it. I don't believe any of that stuff. I have seen you listen. I've seen you change your mind. I've seen you've been open-minded, and I've seen that of all of you. And so I really hope you do listen to what the people are saying. For me, the fundamental thing is, as a group of conservatives, libertarian, there's a strong pro-business argument, pro-wealth argument for keeping Cap Metro that I think you guys need to be aware of. Because of the magnet that Cap Metro comprises, it's going to pull in businesses, and it is already causing people to make economic bets on Leander, big bets in the millions of dollars. It's not just the homeowners, it's the businesses, it's the developments, and so on and so forth. That is the only path toward reducing our property taxes. I don't know if you know it. Most people here probably don't know this, but all those liberals in Austin pay, on average, for the same price home, $700 less in property taxes per year because of all the retail and commercial they have. And we're on the cusp of pulling that in. So if we cancel this now, we're showing we are not a reliable partner. So everybody here is talking about Cap Metro isn't a good partner. We need to turn that around and pronto. The question is not whether Cap Metro is a good partner. The question is, are we a reliable partner that business leaders who are sitting on piles of tens of millions in cash are willing to invest in this city? And I guarantee you, if you show that this city is unreliable, you can kiss all that investment goodbye. There goes the jobs, there goes the retail, there goes the businesses, there goes the small manufacturing, there goes all the people who can actually get jobs in this city and reduce our taxes. And we're talking to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars over the course of the average of 30 years that people will live in this city. And balancing $1,500 in taxes or $1,000 or $500 against that $30,000 makes no sense at all. It's time for us to look at what that is. It's an economic magnet that differentiates Leander. We moved here in 2007 because of the promise of a train station that was coming years later. So we should really look at this. There are hundreds of people who've moved here. There are businesses that have moved here. There's all sorts of benefit. And this is a pro-business, pro-libertarian. We can create billions of dollars in private wealth if we do it the right way. And that's what you should be focused on.
Eric Stratton, I know, is outside.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before you today. I am Eric Stratton. Live at 11405 Dogleg Drive in Austin. That is in Avery Ranch. I'm by the Lakeline Station. I am the Capital Metro Transit Authority's Williamson County representative and proud to be your voice to the Capital Metro Board. So I don't live in Leander, but I get up here as often as I can, especially that fabulous golf course of yours. My son loves it. I just wanted to take a minute, not speaking for, not speaking against. This is just on this. First of all, I wanted to thank Mayor Troy Hill for the opportunity that we've had and continued dialogue on this issue. We're really looking forward to this and to the upcoming workshop that's going to be happening on August the 22nd. There are some things that legally Capital Metro can do. There are some things that legally Capital Metro can't do. But we are looking forward to sitting down in a partnership with one of our valued partners as members of Capital Metro's organization and continuing the dialogue and talking about some of the great things that we can do, such as right now, I get it, I understand it. Everybody's kind of feeling a little pinch of pain because of an unfunded federal mandate. We've had to shut down the Saturday train service. It's not just a Leander thing. It is the whole route, and it's annoying as all get out, and it's costing us $80 million, and the federal government gave us 20 of that. It's not the best thing in the world, but we've replaced the lost train service with bus service on the weekends, and we're looking forward. Once this is all done come January, we're going to be restoring train service and even increasing and growing train service up and down the line to give people from Austin to come up here, people from here to go back down there. In addition to that, we're really looking forward to talking about and hopefully rolling out this on-demand pickup service. It's kind of like Uber or Lyft for the city of Leander. For, imagine this, $1.25 per ride. Literally the cost of a local train or local bus ticket. You could pick up a phone or look on an app and have the little bus come to you. And it'd be great because what we're doing is we're giving local communities an opportunity like yours to maybe get your arts commission to develop something, to put the wrapping on the bus, to have that unique Leander character as it's going around town that is part of your community. Cap Metro, as far as I can tell, and I'm going to do the best I can to continue being your voice, and I look forward to open dialogue and open opportunities to take anything y'all have, any concerns you have back to Cap Metro. And I can say as the member representing Williamson County, I've been very impressed with how they've carried themselves and the things that they're willing to do, the leadership of Randy Clark. And I sure hope that we can continue to sit down and leverage this partnership that's best for the riders and individuals in Leander and also for economic development going forward. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to have this dialogue, and for everybody else who came tonight and is listening online to express their concerns and feelings on this. Just remind folks, please, go on and come back on August 22nd. We look forward to continuing this conversation for economic development as well as for future expanded ridership for Cap Metro and for the citizens of Leander, our valued partner. Thank you so much, guys, for everything.
Okay, so that's it. And just kind of wanted to wrap this up a little bit. I think that what we've heard tonight is that people are very passionate about this, right? So we know that. It's a service that we have. It's a service that our people don't use enough for whatever reason. So I believe that the goal should be to find a way to get ridership up. I personally believe that the way to do that is to get more suburbs in. It should not bypass Cedar Park. It should be a regional system. If there was a station, theoretically, at New Hope, you could advertise it to people in Austin that they could come up to Cedar Park, go see a hockey game, go see a Spurs game. It's my hope that after that they would take the train north and come into Leander and possibly go out to many events in Leander, in Old Town, for instance. So the value is definitely there. There's a handicap that's on us, and I believe on other cities, and I think that's proven out by the number of cities that are not participating in the system. I do know that it is a legislative issue, and I believe that with Cap Metro being a partner with us and lobbying the legislature and possibly getting other member cities in, other suburbs in, to join that effort, I think there is promise there. And I think that is a way that we absolutely need to go and should go. By having more suburbs in the system, it's going to increase ridership. Cap Metro gets a lot of federal grants based on ridership. Increasing the ridership will bring in more funds. That leads to an expansion of the system inside Austin, which makes it even more attractive. Success breeds success. I'm committed to making it happen. I'm committed to making it reasonable for Leander to remain in the system. I believe an expansion will help us. So I appreciate people coming out. I know you're passionate. Definitely, we hear what you say. We want to make it work. And I hope you believe that, because it is absolutely the truth. It is an asset for us if we use it. And we have to make it a system that is effective, efficient, and that's a burden on Cap Metro that, like any other service, they do need to increase the efficiency. So we're committed to it, and thank you very much for coming out. Thank you again. This time, I think how about a 15-minute break? So the time is 10:02. All right, the time is 10:24. We're going to reconvene. At this time, we're going to move to our public hearing. These are action items. Number 13, we're going to conduct a public hearing regarding Ordinance Case 19-OR-005 to amend the composite zoning ordinance to update intent statements regarding large lot developments and wastewater, Williamson and Travis Counties, Texas. Ms. Griffin?
This is a public hearing for an amendment to the composite zoning ordinance regarding the intent statements of the SFR use component. The City Council conducted a workshop to discuss the standards associated with lots that may be served by septic systems. At the May 16th meeting, they directed staff to start an amendment to the composite zoning ordinance. This first amendment that you're looking at is only changing intent statements of the zoning ordinance. The next request is really the meat of the ordinance, and I'll be available. Oh, wait, Planning and Zoning Commission. They reviewed the request last week, and they voted 4-1 to deny the request, with Crosby opposing. I'll be available for questions after the public hearing.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I do not have anybody signed up to speak, so we're going to now close the public hearing, and we're going to move to discuss and consider action on amending the composite zoning ordinance to update intent statements regarding large lot development and wastewater, Williamson, Travis Counties, Texas.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Cannon with a second by Councilmember Parker. Is there any discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry, Ms. Parker, your hand is up, obviously. All right, motion passes 6-0. Number 14, conduct a public hearing regarding Ordinance Case 19-OR-006 to amend the subdivision ordinance to revise the standards associated with lots that may be served by on-site sewage treatment systems, Williamson and Travis Counties, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for the amendment to the subdivision ordinance. This is amending the section of the ordinance that speaks to when you can have a septic system on your property. We're removing a statement that limits septic systems to lots that have steep topography, floodplain, or other natural features. It also had a provision that allowed Commission and Council to allow for that situation without topography. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the request last week, and they voted to deny the request with a 4-1 vote, with Crosby opposing. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. I do not have anybody signed up to speak, so we're going to move to discuss and consider action on amending the subdivision ordinance to revise the standards associated with lots that may be served by on-site sewage treatment systems, Williamson and Travis Counties, Texas. This is an action item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Cannon with a second by Councilmember Parker. All in favor?
Oh, discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Griffin, I was wondering what were the reasons given by P&Z?
So during the meeting, they talked about the purpose and the change that we made in 2016. The goal was to not limit our current extension of the services. So if you have a subdivision come in and they do large lot development, they're not extending the wastewater, so it won't serve future sections.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. All right, at this time, we're going to close the public hearing. We're going to move to item 15. Received 10-minute presentation from Steve Jamison with Jamison Civil Engineering, LLC, regarding a proposed petition for a comprehensive plan amendment associated with the property located at 10990 East Crystal Falls Parkway, Leander, Williamson County.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. We're here to talk about a 2.85 acre lot on that, as you said, 10990 East Crystal Falls Parkway. That is right now, it's currently zoned SFS, which is single family suburban, and we were the future land use category is neighborhood center and mixed use corridor, and we are proposing to change the future land use category to community center and mixed use corridor. This is in the Leander School District, and currently the existing lot has a 720 square foot commercial building and a close to 1,500 square foot residential building. It's near the corner of Crystal Falls Parkway and Ronald Reagan. And here's some aerials. You can see what's around it. We have, if we get some closer buildings, the adjacent to us is zone single family, but it's being used as a church. Our property is view A, and it has a business up front, and you can hardly see it, but there's a house in the back. And then this is some pictures looking down Crystal Falls Parkway. It's a divided roadway, the nice median. And view D is looking at our property from the front. This is towards the corner, which is a single family. There's as you can see, there's some metal building here and a single family house here, and then on H we have you see the metal buildings, and just one second, I'm not keeping up with myself here. With some manufacturing. So this is the copy of the comprehensive plan, and right now currently our lot is in the mixed use corridor with a neighborhood center, and we can see that. Right here is the existing zoning map, and so the light green is the single family, but as you can see there's some heavy commercial adjacent to us, and then we're surrounded by general retail. So that was what we were trying to do. And then here, this gives a general use map. A is a single family, but it's being used as a church. B is single family with some residential and a metal building. C is the heavy commercial. It's a machine shop. And behind us is vacant, but it's all general commercial as far as the red. So we're surrounded by general commercial, and that's the idea we want to keep, is to make ours a general commercial site. This is kind of a preliminary concept plan. What my client would like to try to do is have a bar, restaurant in the, a bar, restaurant in the front, and then maybe a retail building here, and in the back, he's really concerned about animals and helping. He was thinking maybe an indoor kennel, something to maybe help out with Williamson County with the animals. We know that, and that's basically what's driving the GC, because that's the zoning category that allows for kennels. But maybe some sort of animal clinic or Petco, something in that neighborhood. But again, that's kind of what we want to do there. It's just a preliminary concept plan. But again, the point being, we're surrounded by general commercial. We think that's an adequate transition just to keep it going. But to do that with the general commercial, we need the community center, future land use with the mixed use corridor. And does it for my presentation. I know we've been here a long time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is your client aware that there's no median crossover
Yes,
there?
yes.
Okay.
So we can see in, I've got to go forward. We have our driveways are right in, right out. And it's set up to do joint access from the lots next to us because we understand we're too close to the intersection to get that. And those are discussions we've had for our pre-development meeting and things. So we know that's coming. Like I said, I think it's a good use for that corner. I think there's nothing really like that in that area, and it would really help out the area.
Could I ask Ms. Griffin some questions? I'm sorry, is now the time to do this? I guess so. If you could go back to the zoning page, please. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the fire station came in, E and D, part of the negotiation of giving the fire station access to F there, is that right, F? Was to allow them to have GC even though it was in the, what zone is it, the neighborhood?
The neighborhood center?
Yeah.
So the parcel it's labeled as D, that was rezoned. It was actually one of my very first zoning cases when I started with the city. So that GC was established. Yeah, that's the McCoy tract. I'll never forget it. The property labeled E, that was the Anderson property, and they're the ones that sold us the fire station lot. And they actually started discussions and zoning requests right before the comprehensive plan was adopted.
Okay.
So that was part of the reason why we were recommending approval, because it complied before.
Makes sense. And so F, even though it shows that it's single family, it's not. That's where the fire station is.
Right, fire stations are allowed in that district.
They're probably allowed anywhere.
Right.
But they do have a loud bell or horn that rings all the time.
Mhm.
So it does limit what other businesses could go around there, because that fire station alarm goes off. You can hear it from across the street. I think that was all I had.
So I have just a quick question. Sure. This is the picture that you showed, the slide. That is the, if I recall, it was a mortgage company or something in the front building. Is that the lot that we're looking at? And there's a house in the back?
Insurance, I think.
All right, I got back to order. Okay, so it was going to be this
That
one
one.
here?
Yes.
Yes, this is our lot right here.
Okay.
And if
You know you have feral cats back there.
that we can put them in the kennel.
I know. It's perfect.
Is there any concern with neighbors as far as having kennels or anything to do with the animals on the site? Have you talked to any of them?
No, since they're all, well, the only two neighbors we have there is the church and the manufacturing building, and then the fire station going in the back. But basically, the kind of city rule is 200 feet from a residence, and we're well beyond that. And my client did have conversations with the corner owner here, and I'm not speaking for her, but she was looking for something for GC as well. I think she was looking for a combo, again, with the driveways and that's kind of the natural flow of what's going to happen in that intersection. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Are you waiting for a motion?
Yes.
So at this time, we're going to move to discuss and consider action on the petition for an amendment to the comprehensive plan. This is an action item.
Yeah, I feel like precedent's been set. Has precedent been set there? And I mean, I feel like we're looking to increase business in this area, in this city in general. I don't see how somebody's going to build a single-family home there on that site, and so I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And to clarify, it's a motion to support the petition.
To support.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion to support the
petition.
petition to proceed
I'll second.
with the application process.
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second to support the petition moving forward. All in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. We're going to move to our regular agenda, item 16, discuss and consider directing staff on the proposed fiscal year 20 budget.
Member Council, we had our review at the workshop earlier. And I think at this point, if there are any questions or additions or items we need to pursue, it'd be appropriate for the council to put on the board.
Thank you.
I think staff did a fantastic job. You know, we started off the process once you guys got through the original, you know, here's what we need to do what we did last year without adding anybody, without doing any new capital improvements. And, you know, there was a hefty hill there. So, you know, you guys did a fantastic job. It's, you know, it's not easy going to departments and saying you're not going to get what you think you need this year. And that's not fun. And, you know, I appreciate the efforts that every department went through. And I believe that we have a fantastic staff. And I appreciate the efforts of you, Gordon. And so I'm completely satisfied with what I saw tonight and would definitely support that moving forward. Any other comments?
Well, yeah, if that's council's consent on that, we'll move forward with preparing the final budget.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to make a motion and do that, or?
It'd be clean to make it that way.
Okay.
We just do it that way. It's
So I'll make a motion to move forward with the fiscal 20 budget that we, based on the presentation we heard earlier.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. All right. Number 17, discuss and consider action on the Aven Ridge Development Agreement, Case 18-DA-004, regarding the approval of a development agreement establishing the roadway adequacy fees associated with required improvements to San Gabriel Parkway and masonry standards on one parcel of land, approximately 21.008 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District Parcel R481339, and generally located to the southeast of the intersection of San Gabriel Parkway and 183A Toll Road, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a request for a development agreement for the Aven Ridge development. They currently have plans under review for an apartment complex. If you look at the screen, the brown polka dots, that's the location of the apartments, and the red will be future commercial. They have submitted site plans, and part of our review includes the roadway adequacy ordinance standards, where we assess them with the value of the improvements for the roads. When we did the calculation, it came out to $638,644, and they requested that we consider rough proportionality for the site, and we came up with the number of $500 per peak hour trip, which means they would pay $262,500 for the project. We also included the addition of masonry standards into the development agreement, just keeping in mind that legislation that was passed that takes effect September 1st. And I'll be available for any questions.
think I got mine answered the other day too, but just Wayne, you feel good on your number?
Sir?
You feel good on your number?
Yes, that's we supplied that number.
Good.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you expound? So you ran numbers of $500, which cut it more than in half.
Yes, ma'am. Well, just let me briefly explain the $638,644 is based on our ordinance for Boundary Street improvements. But that ordinance also calls for rough proportionality. Basically, we cannot take this one development, this one lot, and expect them to pay the entire cost for expanding the roadway. That's case law wouldn't support that. Rough proportionality is it's not the easiest thing to explain. Sometimes it's not the easiest thing to comprehend. Obviously, there's no way that the $638,000 and change would hold up with any challenge. It would certainly make penciling out of that development, improbable. We have traditionally used anywhere from $400 per peak hour trip as a negotiating tool, and we feel like it actually provides the rough proportionality that's called for in the ordinance. Now we are using that was early on. We did that with Greatwood. We have since moved that up to $500 per peak hour trip, and that has been that's been well accepted by the development community.
Okay, and so just to be clear, the $262,500 is going to go into the roadway adequacy fee.
It's going to go into an account that is specified for the expansion of that portion of the roadway.
Okay, and it is designated for San Gabriel Parkway.
Yes, ma'am.
And at what point, what threshold has to be met before the city says, okay, we have enough money now to fix this road, versus hanging on to the developers?
Well, we hold on to it and provide that contribution to help offset the city's cost. Typically, that's going to be a bond issue.
Okay.
Because of the expense. I mean, we're talking, we don't typically cash fund major roadway expansions, just because it's too expensive. That's, as we were discussing earlier in the budget session, it's a capital improvement, long-term capital improvement that's going to benefit the city for, with a service life of typically 20 years.
So how much of that road is currently built?
2 of the 4 lanes.
Okay. And you're comfortable with the amount of traffic 300 some odd units is going to create?
Yes, ma'am.
For that county road as it is right now?
Well, this is adjacent to 183A.
I'm sorry?
This site is on San Gabriel and adjacent to 183A. I don't expect to see significant impact on County Road 270.
Okay. They're going to have the access.
Yes, ma'am.
To 183A.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very
Yes, ma'am.
much.
Thank you.
Mr. Robin, I got a question. You come through, you want to. Is this the requirement that we were talking about incentivizing the 100% masonry?
So we were talking about, you were talking about the last meeting.
Yeah.
We were going to amend the zoning ordinance to do incentives for multifamily, so they would have a different density. We're doing this before the change to the ordinance.
Okay.
Just to be clear, in the development agreement, we used the current Type A architectural component, so it's not 100%, it's 85, like our current ordinance.
Cancel, this is an action item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Pro Tem Cernick with a second by Council Member Shaw. Is there any more discussion? All in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. Right, we're going to move to 18, review citizen survey results, discuss city staff cost as related to the Storytime program, provide direction for expansion of Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and approve revised updated City of Leander library policies and procedures and related items. Mr. Tummons?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. That's on. Thank you, and look forward to our conversation this evening and presentation. And first, I'd like to go ahead and introduce Chief Minton, who will share the cost of the June 15th event with Council, and I'm sure request any questions from that.
Well, good evening. Mike, do we have where'd Mike go? Oh, there it is. So, from my understanding from the last council meeting, there was a request for this info for the estimated city cost for the Leander Public Library Storytime event. So we kind of became the depository for this information, and then which Mike compiled and made it look better to send to you guys. So just kind of what we have listed on there, just because we wanted people to kind of understand not only did we have the event, but we also had some post-event hours that we took to kind of prepare and to kind of meet with all the parties involved to get ready for such an event. And also we had some minimal post-event hours, which are a lot of that's our after-action reports to see what we could do better, what we did good, what we didn't do good, and how we can do, I guess, better for the next time. The second, I don't know if that's the second set of numbers there, were the actual event times on that particular day. That was just we started earlier that morning. I think it was about 10 or 11 o'clock until the last officer left around 5:30ish. So I'm not sure if you had any particular questions. I'll be glad to answer that. It's kind of, I know it's up there in graphs and all that, but if you have anything specific about certain things, I'll be glad to answer those questions.
I do.
Yes.
Were there any arrests?
0.
Okay.
0 arrests.
Are you able to tell us anything about the number of threats of violence prior to and during the event?
So what we did was when we when the first, I guess, this was kind of announced this was going to occur, there was a couple of Facebook posts, and there was some Facebook meetings of groups that were, I guess, would be more active in the Austin community when dealing with this type of protests. Sometimes when one group comes, the other group follows, regardless of one or the other. Some of those groups did make some. Did I not push the button? No. Oh, okay. Sorry, do I need to start over? Some of those groups did mention some things about violence, weapons. We're talking. Some people were talking about bringing signs that were made with fence posts and bats and things like that. That would cause some challenges for us as far as what is considered a sign and posts and things like that. So we do a threat analysis. We did a very lengthy threat analysis on this particular event with the groups that in all of the social media that we follow. We can probably look at a lot more social media things than most people know or think that we can. And that's what was the reason why we had what we had there, was because the potential. It's a lot easier to downscale when you have people than to try to upscale in the middle of an event. So.
And the group that was renting the library space, did they have any threats that they put out?
I don't recall if they directly put out any threats at all. It was a lot of other groups that either were saying they were associated to or tied to groups that, and it's all rumor, on who's tied to who and who's, but, I would say not, the pastor did not make any direct threats that I know of.
Okay. And were you able to identify everybody who made a threat, or were some of those anonymous?
Some were anonymous. On the internet, you can be whoever you want behind a keyboard in most cases. Some were by groups, so I don't know who the organizers are of some groups. It's like who runs Antifa. I don't know who the person is. They're not one common group that you can say, hey, this is the person. So there was a lot of just people we don't know exactly who they were.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In your report here, I don't see anything about Liberty Hill police. Was it Cedar Park or Sheriff?
Yeah, so we
had
had
other law enforcement.
We did. We had Williamson County EMS, APD was there, Cedar Park, Liberty Hill. Did I mention DPS already? Sorry if I didn't mention them. The reason we didn't put them on this is we didn't have any direct incurred costs from them, so they didn't bill us. So we could speculate kind of what the hours were for what they were there and what they would charge if they did. But with mutual aid agreements with other agencies, they didn't bill us. These are actual dollar costs that it costs somebody with a paycheck or payroll. And some of those costs, the way that they're listed in there is you can't really just break the hours down by the amount that was spent, because there were people on duty that were just there on their normal day to work. Some people accrued overtime, things like that. So there's kind of some variables there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have another question. Were you able to determine if all of the threats received were from within the Austin area, or if some of them were outside of the area?
I don't know how well or how much they broke that down, because a lot of it comes in on Facebook, and I mean, as far as local, I couldn't tell you if it was a local resident by name. I mean, it was a lot of chatter and talk from a lot of people, but some of the threats that they weren't even on Facebook. They were on Reddit and other forms of social media that that people can mask themselves as far as from where they're from. So
even more anonymous.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So I couldn't tell you if they were actual. I mean, there's nobody that we investigated to say, hey, we tracked this person down and they're a resident, and we're going to talk to them about it.
Okay. And would making a direct threat online be a crime?
It just depends. So there's some state laws on that, and you can get in the weeds on them really quick. But threatening people and then the intent to carry out that threat is definitely something that we can look into. A lot of times, we'll get threats online, and it's just the words that are online. There has to be some kind of direct threat felt after that fact, as far as if there's a fear of, hey, I'm going to do something, and then now I'm at your house showing up.
Right.
That's something a little bit different than just someone, a keyboard warrior, I guess, behind the keyboard saying stuff.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. And so, Mr. Tummons is.
I'll keep coming back up and introducing additional people. Like to introduce Mike New at this time, who's going to share a summary of the survey and data collected as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike New, Public Information Officer. I did want to talk a little bit about the library feedback survey we conducted for actually all of June and a little bit of May. One of our reasons for wanting to push this survey for the length of time that we did was to capture some constructive feedback. We were getting a large volume of feedback from folks who were from this area and outside this area who were very interested in recent activities at the library. They were interested in voicing their opinions, and they obviously voiced them by email, by phone, on social media, in many, many different forms and places. And it was hard to kind of bring all those together and try to provide assemble some direction from that. This survey was intended to kind of consolidate that public input. It is something that we made an effort to push back to people who were calling and voicing their concerns or voicing their support for different activities at the library, to say, please fill out this survey so we can consolidate that information and really bring it back to council here, which is what I'm doing today. One of the challenges about this survey, I will tell you, and you did see a presentation from the Citizen Action Advisory Group about their non-scientific survey. So one of the challenges about doing any online survey or utilizing this tool is it's sometimes difficult to set true parameters for it and to really create ironclad restrictions that give you a perfect picture of your community and its input. The survey tool we use was SurveyMonkey, and it does provide IP restrictions to prevent multiple uses. Now, internet service providers, without going into a lot of tech details, they establish dynamic IP addresses, which is based on any mobile device you use. They will bounce to different IP addresses depending on your location. You could drive around town and fill out this survey, even with the IP restrictions, multiple times. It is something we're aware of, but at the same time, we wanted to make sure that we didn't restrict people too much because we really wanted that input. And anonymity was important because of what our chief just talked about. There may have been groups with interest to maybe disrupt other people's input based on their viewpoints. So it was important for us to balance that. So please keep that in mind as we go through this. Question one, do you currently live in the city of Leander, Texas? Again, this is one of those where we kind of take that with a grain of salt. I think everybody but one person answered this question. There may have been people we were aware of conversations happening online of people being encouraged to say they live in Leander to somehow manipulate this data and your opinions on it. So just be aware of that. It's still a base point that we wanted to use as part of this data collection. Question 2, how often do you or your family members visit Leander Public Library? This was a little bit surprising, and again, considering the nature that many of the respondents here may not live in Leander or live around Leander. Many of them did not visit the library very much. But you did have quite a number of folks, if they're being honest, say that they have frequented the library and possibly library activities that are listed in the next few questions. Please select any library events you or your family members have attended at the library in the past. Quite a good mix of different events. Again, this was an option that people were given the chance to provide multiple events as an answer in response. And many of them, which was an interesting result from this, many of them included events that aren't typically on the normal slate that the library does help facilitate. Garden club, art shows, neighborhood meetings, book clubs. So gathering some of that input in this survey I think is going to be very helpful down the road as the city and the library work together on considering other programs or possible activities. And this was important because of the Drag Queen Storytime event. It was an event that had not previously been hosted at the library, but we are aware that other libraries in the country have hosted this particular event. So we also wanted to include other events that were under consideration by the library and city staff as part of the library's summer programming. So that's what was included here. Another good point is the other items, the items that we didn't presume to list here that people could fill out. And they included a number of ones that are certainly something we can look into and possibly integrate if it's something we find that library patrons have a large interest in. Getting into these questions, I think this was probably the most important part that I can see from a feedback standpoint. These were the content questions. You'll see a much larger number of answers skipped. I think that's important. This involved a little bit more thought. It wasn't just checking a box or saying, I do this, I do that. It was people providing their thought process and their interest in things. And what you'll see in the last 3 questions of the survey is that most people really were focused on just commenting on either in support or in protest of Drag Queen Storytime. However, many others provided very interesting comments and input, constructive feedback. And despite some of the noise that's evident in a lot of responses, I think some of these things which I've highlighted here are pretty important and could be considered. These relate to a number of events, but they also relate to how the library and how the city can cater to different groups of people. And I did highlight these specifically not as the most important responses, but just something to think about. I think these are items that particularly caught my attention in reviewing a lot of the responses. How can Leander Public Library provide better service to its patrons and guests? Again, many times people just were copying responses either in support or protest of Drag Queen Storytime. However, many of them had interesting comments that I know I hadn't heard before and other staff hadn't really thought of, and certainly something we can have discussions with library staff about. And then question 8, other comments. Just a bit of a recap. The quotes that I've included here were sort of encompassing of the different ends of comments and the ideas that were expressed in this survey. So regardless of the validity of some of the components of it, I think the feedback was interesting, and I think it could be useful for us down the road. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. New.
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment about this as well. Earlier this week, Council, you received, actually I think it was earlier today, you all received an email that included the results of a survey the library did also on SurveyMonkey in September of 2018, so less than a year ago. And it was a little friendlier. Only 76 responses, but obviously it wasn't when things were polarizing, and I think that if y'all have an interest in the library, it's a good idea to take a look at that survey result as well.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. New. I'd like to introduce Barbara Boulware Wells, our city attorney, and we're going to open up the library policy review. I think we have done an excellent job at research and developing workable policies within federal and state law. These policies are a framework provided to you as a starting point for discussion and ultimate approval or changes, additions, or disapproval with rework. I'd like to just share that, they're not Mr. Tumman's policies, they're not Mrs. Donovan's policies, they're not Ms. Bulware-Wells' policies or Mr. Minton's policies. They're our policies and how we really move forward. And we need your guidance. We're seeking your guidance to help us achieve really what our goals are. Some of those goals that I think we started off with was evaluating our current practices and facilities and research best practices across the country in library services, provide a versatile, welcoming, and safe space that serves as an anchor for our community. I did not copy that from John Kalman earlier this evening when he used the word anchor. Assist staff and patrons with approved and high-quality services through examination and policy revision. Promote awareness and use of the Leander Public Library. I think we've already seen some of that. Assisting in maximizing resources and provide exceptional programming. Those are just some of the goals that we were really working within. You have in front of you the red line version. After the first draft we provided to you late last week, we discovered several Scribner errors and redundancies, a couple of spellings, and we cleaned those up. There's a couple of others that in further research that we want to draw your attention to as well. There's basically 3 sections. There's a patron, which is the external, the staff, which is more internal, and then the meeting room. So there's 3 sections that we'll go through each individually, and I want to draw your attention just to a few of those, and you'll see some of those in front of you as well on the slides, so our folks in the audience can follow along as well. There's a lot more than those, and you may have questions about those as well, and that'll be great as well. So the patron policies we'll start with first consist of the customer code of conduct, interlibrary loan, that interlibrary loan request and form, internet use policy, library card policy, library use rules, solicitation in library buildings and property, and unattended children. Most of these are really straightforward. You can probably find these as typical best practice and protocols in most libraries across the country. With all of our research, there's a few that we want to bring to your attention of the customer code of conduct, and I'm going to open up mine so I can go through it with you. The first one we wanted to bring your attention to was actually film and photography, photograph any library customer or staff member without prior knowledge consent. This is also listed in the library rules under item number 10. Sometimes there are some crossover of some of these, but we wanted to make sure that everybody is aware. One of those things that is somewhat similar if you go to a lot of different places, but we would have in our registration policies things like requesting your child. When you register your child, you're permitting the use, the library to use or photograph your child, or you maybe deny if you want to not have your child photographed. But at this point, film and photography of any library customers or staff members without prior knowledge and consent, we want to eliminate that. There's a lot of parents out there who do not want their children photographed for one reason or another. Number 2 that we have is we added just a simple, and the caregivers under the internet use and children's use. We wanted to really bring out that in that children's area for internet use, that caregivers could certainly help and be on the computers in the computer room. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. Under the library use policy, let me get to that point as well. We had number 3 is not a public forum, except for limited purposes of assessing information. The library is not a justified public forum. We removed that, and if you have questions, I'd love for Ms. Wells, Bulware Wells, to come up and share a little bit about that if you'd like.
What number is that?
It's under library use rules. Sorry, I'm not speaking too well. Number 3.
I'm good with it.
No questions? Okay. All right. Sounds great. Just didn't want to give you opportunity to talk about that. So, under 13, we modified number B. A customer may not enter the library with a cart or other wheeled device carrying baggage. We added the words personal/personal belongings. This is, of course, it does not apply to a file cart, book cart, or wheeled backpack for book carrying or study use, or the use of wheelchairs and or other similar devices for persons who are whose mobility is impaired. So we added some of those in red that you'll see to make it a little bit more clear that there are areas or opportunities to bring in file carts or book carts, because we do have that on occasion that come into the library. We also clarified library property. Bring that to attention. It's actually the red line number 14, and the use of parking lots are provided for library users. Other nearby city parks and facilities, we do have Mason Homestead, and we do have Veterans Park that are there, and the library parking lot is used many times for those who are attending events at one of those 2 parks as well. So we didn't want to limit just for library users only, so we went ahead and clarified that we can also, other city parks and facilities, library staff and city staff for appropriate use as well. Number 17, it's actually 16 now on your red line, sorry. The director must give a customer who's denied physical access to the library written notice and an opportunity for a hearing with the city manager. This allows for an appeal process if one so chooses who has been denied physical access because of a violation of one of the policies that's been committed. There was an opportunity, but that written needs to come from the library director, and that will allow, when that written notice is provided, it will state you have the opportunity to have a meeting with the city manager to discuss this further. At the end of number 17, it mentions patrons without children may not attend children's summer reading program and events, i.e. story time programs or anything along those lines. This provides clarity on who can and cannot attend cannot attend as a level of safety and precaution for parents and children. It doesn't happen often, but occasionally there will be some that will walk in. We're not sure who those folks are, especially if they don't have a child with them attending a children's event. And so this is just another level of safety and precaution. Now, I'll entertain any questions on on Section 1 itself. On that, no questions. Okay.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
On the first page of the Customer Code of Conduct.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not allowed to be under the influence inside the library, but it's okay in the parking lot? Just want to be clear, because that's what this red line says. It was illicit intoxicating substances on library property, and that got changed to inside the library, and then also smoking inside the library, but you're allowed to do it on.
I think that's what, when we began looking at, we knew the inside of the library was where people congregate for library services. The parking lot is difficult to control, to observe all the time. We don't have people there. So we're not sure if they're going to be under the influence of illicit or intoxicating substance. We're just not out in the parking lots, patrolling parking lots. Ms. Boer-Wells may have some additional information she'd like to share on that. So we actually said we do have, staff inside the library, and if they notice that, and if they, believe that's taking place, then we can address that.
Could I ask Chief
Sure.
Minton to come? I'm sorry, I'm making you get your exercise.
Yeah, so anything that happens in the parking lot would be considered public. So whether it was after hours or any time of the day, if somebody's is intoxicated in the parking lot, then we would deal with it on that level. So I believe you're talking more about events or during normal times, which could fall under the same thing because it's a city building if they're in public. But if it's a private event, then I guess they're not. It's kind of a little bit different, when it's in a private rental event where now it's private, they're inside, and they have people that are caring for them. If they try to leave, now they're back in public.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Timmons,
Yes, ma'am.
we share a parking lot at the library with the Mason Homestead, correct?
That's correct.
And at the Mason Homestead, if you're renting it out for a wedding, can you have alcohol on the premises?
You can.
Okay, so we could have people that are
Could.
intoxicated and maybe going to pick up a ride in their car.
They could.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Any other on section 1? Okay, let's move on to internal staff procedures. We'll start with the very first one on displays, exhibits, and bulletin boards. I'm just going to point out a few, then we can certainly go back and look at others. Under the heading of procedures, in bullet number 3, we have objective material which presents sides of community and relevant issues and which relates to supporting material and library collections may be acceptable. We felt like when we started talking about both sides or multiple sides, we just said sides. Objective material which presents sides of community and relevant issues may be acceptable. Under the policy of library materials selection, we basically removed two bullets. As you can see in number 4, criteria for selection and withdrawal of library materials, they were redundant and they were used in other places in that same bulleted response, and we felt like it wasn't really necessary in that area. So we took those 2 out. As well as number 5, responsibility and authority, item D. It was a cut and paste, obviously, that came from B and just didn't need to be in there at all. So it was just an error on our part on that at the beginning. And then the last, under number 11, is the weeding of materials. The library collection should be kept current by weeding all materials that no longer meet its selection criteria listed above. This is also removed for redundancy within the policy itself. And then we'll move to programming policy. Paragraph 4, moving down towards the end of the first page, we have removing language, professional presenters that reflect specialized or unique expertise may be hired for library programs. However, all outside presenters will need to undergo a city background check or equivalent. Now the questions arise that what is equivalent? And I had some discussion with our library director, and so when we looked at this, we felt like equivalent is they may provide their own verifiable background check. A lot of them do that. Presenters and performers will have their own. They keep that, and it's something that they would typically do within a 12-month period, or a list of references that can be checked. So there's some opportunity there if somebody has come in or you're wanting somebody to have put on a program. If they have a list of references, from verifiable sources, other libraries or other sources that we can check, call, and verify, that may be included as well. There may be other areas of equivalent as well, but we did remove the Central Texas Library systems as an approved process. We did, and I think you may have received it as well. We did receive, in looking at their process, they do not vet or they do not provide background checks. They provide a huge list of performers, speakers, storytellers, those type of things, who have made presentation at some point to the systems, the library, the CTLS. They have an annual get together, I guess you could say, that where they can come before the group, and especially the first time. But a lot of them have been around for years, and so they have a lot of experience. But they're not vetted; they're not background checked, or many of them may not be that we know of. And then for that section, I would entertain any questions.
Yeah, sorry. So does that open up the city to any liability if we're not doing criminal background checks on performers that are on our property and we're telling our citizens come in, they're safe? I guess that's for you. She's like,
you're speaking to the or equivalent? Or?
Yes, or equivalent. So I just want to make sure that citizens who are bringing their children in, and we're saying as a city that we're sponsoring them, that they've been criminal background check.
To the extent that we are trying to provide the safest environment we can, and we're taking the steps that are prudent, we are somewhat protected. I will not ever give you a definitive answer that you will not be sued. I can't. You take every effort you can to provide a safe environment. What is reasonable and prudent in these circumstances, we're trying to vet through, various sources that we have available to us. We are trying to vet through background checks. There's various types of background checks that can be done, the depth, and so what you're really trying to look for is something that's going to pose a problem for certain environments. And after that, then you have done your due diligence as a city in most cases. There's been instances in the past where people have gotten through some of those things and it hasn't been found. So I can't tell you that it's going to insulate you completely, but it goes a long way if you have taken steps to try and protect.
So I'm a procedure. Lay the rules out for me. It's easier for me to follow. So the or equivalent seems rather vague to me. So does that mean the library manager could call 3 references and just say, hey, is this a good performer? Or are you saying that they have to have an equivalent, a CHL license that proves that they haven't committed a crime recently, or whatever? Something
what we were
equivalent.
looking at the time, and Mark, where'd you go? You ran away.
He's back there.
He's smart. The equivalent at the time that we were thinking of was that they were equivalent as an equivalent background check. In other words, there's a city background check. There's a process that the city would undertake for a background check. That may not be the same process that is being done at another location. But if somebody walks in and they have a background check that was done at their employment and it provides the same information, that's an equivalent.
Sure.
It's just not a city background check. So that's what we were looking at the time when we were drafting some of this language, was we were trying to find something that was of equivalent nature there.
Okay, but then you also used the words references. So are you? Oh, he did. So a municipal background check, city, state, federal background check. I mean, is that what you mean by this?
Yes, ma'am. And I think as we do with our athletic leagues, we background check all of our coaches, all of our assistant coaches. We background all of our umpires. I mean, we as a city do that. It's built in as part of the registration fees, and I think that's the first level that we would look at. We basically have to.
My only fear here is that we're subbing out the management of the library. So if I knew that it was being managed by the city, then I would feel more comfortable. But since this is a contract, they could say or equivalent. That's my.
And if you'd like to strike equivalent, or that's certainly something we can look at.
Though I think it's important to know some of the context of where that came from. In our discussion, we talked about potentially at the library once upon a time, a couple years ago, we were talking about having a teen day where you would learn CPR and first aid, and we would have Wilco EMS come in. Well, they haven't undergone a background check, but nobody is disputing that Wilco EMS is okay to come in and teach 5-minute CPR.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Wilco EMS has.
They do not have a city background check.
Right. And so,
that's
or
where equivalent comes from.
Municipal background check or training, or I don't know what the language is.
She's saying is a background check or an approved background check from somewhere else.
I think that's what we were looking at when I used the word reference. It's more along those lines. Is we would pick up, is there, a reference for who from Wilco is coming in to teach CPR? Does that make sense? But I get it that may be too far down the line.
Again, if it was the city managing it, I wouldn't be as concerned. But I think we need to be specific on what type of background check.
Good.
Can you tell me the difference between a city background check and what other types of background checks are there? It's not like a set official template for how you do background checks, if you will.
Barbara, you aware? Ours is pretty thorough when we come in. We're talking about children in our athletics. We pay about, I think it's $22 per person, per coach, to go through basically a full background check. But there are background checks, is my understanding too, that you can.
Yes.
You can narrow down the cost.
There are background checks that will show you simply sex offender. There are background checks that go further into it and show you things such as DUIs, truly getting into, a variety of areas. And so there are databases that sometimes in the scouting world, in order to facilitate people trying to, whether they're just around a child or they're going to drive a child, would depend upon what kind of background check that they would be undergoing. Similarly here, you may or may not, and again, that's a policy call on your part, care whether they have a DUI, but you would care whether they were a sexual predator. So you would definitely be looking at that and seeing about that background. You may or may not have to go into something further.
Thank you. Any further questions on the second section? we'll move on to the third section, the review of the meeting rooms and study rooms. Before we actually look intently at these, because these are pretty critical, I feel compelled really to ask the council. I think there's some options here, or at least an option or another option. In my discussions with our library director, would you desire to have the meeting rooms used and rented to outside groups? To me, this is a pretty important question, one that leads us down the road to the next path of policy development. I can share along with the acknowledgement and agreement of our library director that we are pushing the seams in some major areas of our library. It was built almost 15 years ago. Beautiful facility, still is a beautiful facility. We've got some challenges in front of us over the next couple of years on some updates and remodeling and things like that. But we're pushing the seams in the area of children's library section. It's basically maxed out. Our young adult teens have always had very little space. Our library circulation numbers, because of our expansion, have created the need for additional shelf space, and thanks to our library foundation, they've helped provide, along with city matching dollars too, additional shelf space. And these needs, all coupled with the pressures of, I mentioned ago, a growing community and a growing recreation program, maybe a vital point can be made that the meeting room in the library would be best served by being used just for city, government, and library program use only. Let me explain, okay? The library has dozens of programs throughout the year that are already or could be transferred to the meeting rooms to accommodate more participants. Writer guilds, ESL classes, teen game nights, book fairs, library foundation used book sales, e-learning courses in STEM, CSI, computer training and tutoring, forensics, reading for preschoolers, Harry Potter scavenger hunts. There's all kinds of things. Adults and youth book clubs, homeschool groups, 3D printer workshops. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of things that could take place because we're literally almost out of space, and that could be a really nice addition. On the other hand, our recreation department already uses the large meeting room for Zumba and aerobics. However, we're regularly kicked out. We get second spot. If somebody gets it rented, they're gone. So they may typically do their Zumba and aerobics 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes it's none at all. We are at this moment, we're in the midst of 55 days of summer camps, Lego camps, STEM camps, creative art camp. Presently, those are held in Mason Homestead, and we have to cap our registration at 15 kids, just a space-wise. But with the opportunity to use that room, or the rooms, we could actually increase that as well. Athletic coaches meeting, second Sunday public art fun days, city public work classes, city human resources trainings, and there's so many more possibilities that could be used for. We don't have that many rentals. In the past 13 months, the primary rentals have been San Gabriel Daughters of the American Revolution met monthly. We have one class over the last 13 months, a license to carry class. We had 5 HOA meetings, but only once each. They're not meeting quarterly or even biannually. We had 1 school yearbook training, 1 cradle ceremony. Not sure exactly what that is, but maybe y'all might. 3 STEM Scout meetings, 1 candidate forum, 1 Eagle Scout reception, 2 birthday parties. 1 church recently had 8 rentals, and 1 other church event that happened in June. We know it's right at our doorstep, but the annex meeting rooms and the library could be the transformation to additional and eventually a new children's library area. This will take some planning and even budgeted dollars, obviously, but can be accomplished to start providing that additional space for children in our community. However, there's a couple of challenges. We need to know how you would like for us or desire for us to handle the library as an election polling site. although probably would fall under governmental services, if that's what we're looking at. Secondly, the ARP senior tax program takes up quite a bit of time during the spring, but we believe in some conversations we had that they're looking forward to the new senior activity center. They can move all their services there, although we do have a challenge for the next year. But technically, they could fall under the City Parks and Recreation Active Adult Programming. So that may be the first question, is to really think through or discuss, is that even a viable option? If it's not, then we'll be glad to move through the rest of the policies here.
With all due respect, haven't there been 319 rentals of conference rooms C and D year to date? Or am I misreading the report?
I received from our library director.
I'm looking at our June 2019 monthly report.
And I would say, Councilwoman, that's probably all the events that took place, including library and other types of events. That includes the Zumba and the aerobics that might happen 3 times a week or once a week. But I had our library director pull together, starting in June 2018 all the way through July of 2019, all the actual events that took place and actual rentals that took place. I mean, there's Oak Ridge HOA on 2/12/2019. It's the only time they were. There's Grayson HOA. I mean, I'm just sharing with you. I have all that.
Fair enough.
So there wasn't that many, and I even confirmed with her yesterday that there's very little actual rentals of that space.
I do wish that had come to us before we were on the dais so that we could have a look at it. I know that space is vital to HOAs. It's vital to scout groups because there isn't another place in town where you can rent a room. And looking at this monthly report that we get shows that the conference room revenue for this year is more than twice as much as it was year to date for 2018. It jumped from $1,040 in the first 6 months of 2018 to $2,235. So while the library needs that space, I believe the community also needs that space badly. I also have some concerns with eventually turning it into a children's library space. And, I'm not sure if Paul is still here, but I believe there would need to be some logistics as far as getting the various machinery for checkouts over there. There could also be some staffing issues. I don't know how we would work that out with our contract with the library. And then there's also the issue of, parents that are getting books for themselves too, and now they're jumping around from 2 different buildings. I think logistically that might be a little premature.
Could very well be. I'm not going to disagree with you. It's something that Ms. Donovan and I have talked about probably for the better part of a year or more, actually, of our library services and the limited space that we do have. And you're probably very well aware of that. Yes. We've explored a lot of different ideas of how we can continue with, superb library services, but with limited space.
It's a tough one.
This might be something that we probably need to each, poll each other or, make a motion with it. I mean, my preference would be, personally, if we need the space, then I would rather see the library have the space. And, we've talked in the past about, bringing the library in-house, and I think certainly looking at that as an option, we can utilize the space better ourselves. And, I do believe that there is a lack of space today. However, we do have a hotel that hopefully soon will open that will have some convention space, and we do have, additional schools that are being built. We do have, I think, other avenues that somebody can pursue. So hopefully those will be made available. My preference would be if we need the space, then we keep that in-house for us.
I would submit that we made national news last month for the actions that were taken in the city. And we looked terrible. And if we now in the face of letters from the Texas Library Association, the ACLU, and the American Library Association disputing the rental procedures laid out here, in the face of that, turn around and say, well, now nobody can rent the room. Not only are we doing a disservice to our community, but we look worse and we'll be back in the national spotlight.
And I would submit that I'm not so concerned about looking one way or the other. I'm much more concerned with the taxpayers of Leander and using their money for what it is they said to use it for, which is a library. And if we're running out of library space with all of those programs that you mentioned, I can't believe that you're hosting them in the Mason House. We clearly need the space, so I don't even understand why this is a question. It seems like it's a library, it's funded to be a library, and you've got a lot of programs that are needing space.
Well, then let's find out why were the room rentals halted to start with. It wasn't a council action. It wasn't because there wasn't enough space. Why are we not currently renting out rooms? Somebody took the action.
Don't look at me. I don't know the answer.
Somebody took the action.
I will tell you that I or, you know, we put a moratorium, basically, if that's one of you want to use it, or we just seized the rental of the library until we could get some policies, better policies in place. My research, and maybe it's limited, but the last time that anything was done with the library was 2011. The policies aren't even in city code. There is no policies in city code. I don't know who developed the policies that are there. Now, we mimicked a lot of the policies that are on there. But you have the opportunity now to create that policy and put it in writing and put it in the code. And we can move forward in the best way possible. So this is really your policy, and that's why I stated. I've just provided a framework. Tear it up, rip it up, let's all figure it out together.
Absolutely.
I guess I'd like to go down the line and let's just hear from everybody.
Well, should we listen to the people signed up to speak first?
Sure. Well, while we're here, we can listen to council, and then we can, before we do any kind of action, I've got people signed up to speak.
If we have people signed up to speak, let them speak. That will
Okay.
us for discussion.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Timmons.
Okay, so we do have several people signed up. First, Dan Rucker. Just state your name and address, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name's Dan Rucker. I'm at 312 MacArthur Drive, Leander. So my 11-year-old daughter was here with me for a while. She hung in there for a good, well over 3 hours, and then had to go home to bed. She and I went to Leander Public Library on July 9th. We were super, super excited. One of our favorite writers was going to be there to talk to the kids about how to write graphic novels. And we were immediately, as we came in, a little bit early, told that that event had been canceled. So apparently, the actual speaker for the event, the writer, had been informed only 2 hours before we had, and by email, that her event had been canceled. And had not been informed of why. Now, it came from a city spokesperson soon after that it was because she had not been submitted to a background check. She was never asked to submit to a background check. Now, I have been a featured speaker for children at that Leander Library a number of times. I have never been submitted to a background check. Never have I been denied time because I was not submitted to that check. Never were children turned away from my events. So I started thinking about how is my writer friend's situation different from mine. Well, we're both approximately the same age. We're parents. She's had well over 12 years as a professional writer with DC Comics and other companies. She's an award winner. I am not. I would think that would make her a better speaker than myself. She is a trans woman. So I started thinking about what is the track record of the city of Leander with LGBT inclusive events. and I started to think back to the June 15th event. And from what I understood as a citizen, that those pride-associated events had been resisted by the city, and that a local church had stepped in to help and put together some rooms. And I did. Apparently, InfoWars was there, and they were loud and abusive. And from what I heard from the Hill Country News, then shortly after that was when rooms were blocked from being used by organizations like that church that stepped in. So I'm wondering, just as a citizen looking in, is the Leander Library being punished for offering events that are accessible and enjoyable to kids, to families, to LGBT allies in the community? Is my daughter being punished by the city of Leander?
Thank you, sir.
Now,
I'm sorry, sir.
Is that my time?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comic Book Dad.
Cheryl Campbell.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your service. I want to, this is probably by listening to y'all even bringing it up that the library will be for library events only. This is probably what I've written. May not even have any worth here today, but I'm going to say it anyway. Cheryl Campbell, 1350 Sunny Drive. I want to thank first Mark Tummins and Chief Minton for working with our church as we held a prayer meeting during that event to pray for both sides during that rally and during that confrontation, along with our law enforcement. They moved us to the Masons homestead for our own safety, and so that we weren't told we could not participate in the way that we felt we needed to. We believe that prayer is the mighty weapon. I also want to thank Mark and Councilwoman Cedarquist for their afterwards, when our contract with our whatever you want to call it, with the library was told that we could not rent the rooms anymore to meet there. They made arrangements for us to meet at the Mason homestead until this was figured out. And thank y'all, we appreciate that. With that said, kudos to the Leander PD, Fire Department, and all the mutual aid. They did an amazing job at controlling that event. You know, that's probably why they got such high ranks on the surveys that we saw earlier. But I would like to draw your attention to the 5th bullet point under who may or may not use the meeting room on meeting room policies. It actually talks about free will donations. And in there, that would affect us as far as where we are a 501c3 entity. Our sole purpose is for the rental of the library at this time in that conference room is to worship our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and to spread the gospel. The wording of free will offerings could technically be construed as how our tithings are accepted, which for me is a spiritual giving between me and the Lord and myself to be able to do and fulfill the Great Commission. I ask that you reconsider the wording on that particular session, and please know that we will continue to keep all 7 of you and our city leaders and staff members in our prayers as y'all go forth in the leadership of our community.
John Boson.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. I hope you get a do-over on your anniversary. Let me just say that up front. Okay, so look, I just got to be straight with you. This policy is an invitation not just to one lawsuit that you will lose. It's an invitation to many lawsuits that you will lose. Apart from costing the taxpayers and harming the reputation of the city, it also is just basically wrong because it's fundamentally against the rights that we have under the Constitution. You all took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. That doesn't mean finding fancy lawyering around to try to justify a policy that allows you to do some content restraint against groups that maybe a majority doesn't like. And I just have to say, it's not the proper role of government to get into that dispute at all. And you, especially as a libertarian, should be able to understand that the government has no role to play in settling disputes involving religious interpretation. So, as a professing Christian, a devout Christian, my view about LGBT rights is I can find nothing in the Bible, in the red letters said by Jesus Christ, my Savior, that say anything that we should discriminate against LGBT people. There are other Christians who completely disagree with that. But the design of our Constitution says we both have the rights to worship as we see fit and to have that opinion. And basically that the government has played no role in that. So not only are you implicating the First Amendment as far as free speech is concerned, you're implicating freedom of religion, which is perhaps even more fundamental. I mean, in fact, I would just basically saying trampling all over it. Freedom of assembly. The thing talks about three people have to be able to rent the room. But I'm sorry, 2 people at an assembly under the Supreme Court determination already. And additionally, equal protection. Now, there are plenty of devout Christians who don't think that LGBT people deserve equal rights under the law, but this is a settled issue. The 14th Amendment settled this more than 150 years ago. We know the answer to that question. They have the same rights. Government can't get in the middle of that and say, well, the majority, the survey, doesn't matter if every single person told you we don't like that group. You can't do that. When you leave it to the discretion of the library director to determine who can come in and who can't come in, you are inviting not just one lawsuit, but every single time that decision gets made, that's a chance for a lawsuit. And in all probability, you will be tested. You'll be deposed. You will have a track record on this. The council member will be deposed. Chief Minton will be deposed about the threat. The library director will be deposed. And this is going to cost a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of controversy, and damage our reputation when this city doesn't need any of this controversy. Be completely and utterly content neutral and restrain nothing that isn't illegal. Thank you.
Sure can.
You got staff. If you're not here for anything on the agenda, go ahead and take off. Staff. Wayne, you get to stay here.
Dara wants to know if she can go.
Sure.
Thank y'all.
All right, Ben Wright.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Wright. I live at 501 Hyde Cove here in Leander. In light of these recent events, you and the library staff are making what I believe to be well-intentioned efforts to keep our library from becoming a battlefield. I respect and appreciate that. However, I'm concerned about some unintended consequences of the policies that have been proposed, but in light of the recent turn, I want to make a quick comment. In light of the suggestion to shut off the library to all usage of outside groups, that seems like a hasty decision in light of the fact that I'm not aware of a specific proposal from the library to do what has been discussed tonight. So I'd ask you to hold off on that. That seems quite premature. Now, regarding the policies that are being proposed, I'm concerned about language that requires event sponsors to pay for security costs. Like you, I'm sure I'm not crazy about our tax dollars being used for this security expense, but the policy in its current form actually incentivizes sensationalized protests. I mean, if there's an event happening at the library that I don't like, all I got to do is make a threat. I'm not going to do that, but okay, I could make a threat and gin up fear within the city and causing the security costs to be proposed that might create a dynamic in which the event would be shut down. That is not a healthy dynamic for our community to incentivize threats. And that's exactly what's happening right now on social media. Agitators report speech as offensive, and the speaker is suspended or even silenced from their various platforms. I suspect that our recent event would never have become so divisive in the first place if the library itself hadn't initiated it. when people concluded that the library was pushing an agenda, controversy sparked and divided our community. If it were simply a private organization renting space on the same terms as everyone else, would people have believed that the city was pushing an agenda? I doubt that. That's why I think this fix goes too far, a couple of points. Charging for security burdens any number of community groups that didn't create the problem in a way that may even exacerbate the problem. That's not what we want. Second, my second area of concern is the language that prohibits using the library for commercial purposes. I'm comfortable with the basic concept of excluding events where profits are the chief aim of the meeting. But the expanded definition, as was noted earlier, addresses free will offerings. Full disclosure here, I'm a pastor. It may be worth noting that I'm on probably the opposite end of the theological spectrum from Open Cathedral, but I'm standing here with similar concerns to what those folks would probably represent. And I should mention also my church has never rented space in the library, so I don't have a specific interest here. But I do have an interest as a pastor in our community's relationship with our churches. To the specific issue, collecting free will offerings is not the chief aim of church gatherings, contrary to popular opinion, but offerings have been part of church gatherings for almost 2,000 years. The revised language, interpreted broadly, could be used to exclude churches or restrict historic elements of Christian worship. I want freedom of speech and religion and assembly for everyone. If we restrict the views we don't like, can I get a couple more sentences?
Sure, if you can make it quick. Thank you.
Eventually somebody's going to restrict mine if we restrict other people's. This is all part of the American experiment. There's a reason we call it an experiment, but I'd like to believe we can make it more clear in Leander. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Nolan.
Hello, my name is Christine Nolan. I live at 306 Olmos Drive. First, I'd like to point out that on one of the slides, the policy was going to be changed and amended, saying that speakers, it was crossed out that speakers could not be canceled based on their origin. And I don't think that policy should be changed. I don't think we should be discriminating against people based on their background. I actually have lived in Leander over 15 years. I've been a library patron with my children since it was in the tiny little Parks and Rec trailer. I've seen this library being built. I'm also a library volunteer. That doesn't give me any special insight into how the libraries run. I work in the bookstore free of charge 4 hours every week for the past several years. I'm strongly committed to being a literacy advocate. I stock little free libraries and have created one at the middle school at my own expense. The library is more than a library. It's more than about books. It's a community center. It's where immigrants come when they don't speak English and they take ESL classes. It's where people who haven't had the opportunity to finish school come and they take their GED classes. And everyone in our community is represented by you, the city council, our brothers and sisters who are gay, transgendered, anywhere on the spectrum. They pay their taxes. They have a right to use any city facility for anything they would like to, unless it prompts violence, is a violation of anything that is free speech. I am outraged that Drag Queen Story Time was canceled. There were many families looking forward to it. If people didn't want to go, they could certainly choose not to show up. I have no issue with the city paying $20,000 for the police presence. I don't like that we paid it, but if the police decided that that was the presence they needed for safety, then that's what we should pay, so that everyone has their rights respected equally and can assemble safely. Another issue I have, sorry, with my little notes. I love the diversity of this community. It's this tiny little bedroom community that I never planned to live in until we planned to move here for the train. Got involved with the library. It's made me feel like I'm a part of something really special. I love walking in the park and seeing a group of guys playing soccer and then stopping and prostrating themselves and praying towards Mecca and then getting back up and picking up their game. Our diversity is our strength. Every citizen should feel at home and like they belong here and that they're not being discriminated against. And I think it's very suspect that I took both surveys. I took the one in September that the library did, and I took the recent one to kind of poll the city about where they stood on the recent issues, because I'm a library patron. I use it and I pay for it. I don't want to see anybody discriminated against. I am a registered voter. I feel strongly that you should protect the people of this community, and most of the people who were opposed were coming from outside our city, according to two news sources that I read, which was KXAN and Hill Country News, not our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you. Tegan Retzer.
Tegan Retzer, 2105 Emerald Isle Drive. So I want to speak about the event that happened a few weeks ago. So the reason the library event cost the city so much was not because of what was being read to the kids. I'm a proud Sunday school teacher at Live Oak Unitarian Universalist Church in Cedar Park. All three of the books that were read are in our church library. And that's one reason why you can find us at thatkindofchurch.org. The books, nor the readers, were the reason we needed security. It was the hateful threats made by others, including the following quote in the paper. Quote, I rope, hogtie, and drag by horseback all those that show up at the library for the transgender presentation. There's a crematorium close by. Short drag for my horse. End quote. That comment is what cost the city money. Not the books, not the readers. It was the terroristic threats from local citizens. As per the ACLU, who weighed in only hours before this meeting, I'd like to read off a section of what they had written. Quote, the city cannot impose penalties for harms that others cause, just like the city cannot stifle free expression just because someone else might express a contrary view. The city has an obligation to provide security for its residents, but it is also required to follow the Constitution and First Amendment. Municipalities also cannot require groups to pay security costs because their views are controversial or will potentially lead to protests. By allowing the imposition of security costs on event organizers, the city council inadvertently provides a mechanism for opposition groups to censor speech by inflicting monetary harm on organizers they dislike. For example, if someone believes in the Harry Potter books promotes witchcraft, then that person could organize protests on the library's Harry Potter Week and force library patrons who enjoy Harry Potter to cover the cost of police. Or if someone is angry that a Christian book club is reading the Bible at a library meeting room, then that person could organize a rally to protest the book club while forcing the book club to pay the bill. Such unintended consequences underscore the reason that freedom of speech must be protected even-handedly. Lastly, so I'm a volunteer with the Williamson County Literacy Council. I go and I teach at the library once a week, and I see the people that come in, and we have people from the community that really need the help there. That the stifling of free speech and the ability to rent the room and not even say who it is. Nobody is even taking credit. I can handle a bigot, I can handle a xenophobe, I can handle a racist, but I cannot handle a liar. So whoever has decided that these events need to get canceled needs to put up or shut up. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Andrew Maglish. Okay. All right. So, back to go ahead and come for it. There you go, Rob.
Robert Liederman, 628 Heritage Grove Road. First of all, peace be with all of you. It's very important that you know that what you do up here is very difficult, and I understand that. And being here is very important. One of the things I do want to tell for you that people have mentioned about, we were over in the Mason House during this event. We prayed for everybody. I don't discriminate. The Lord will take care of that, not me. There's no discrimination there. We were in the Mason House. We prayed for everybody. Mark here has been wonderful helping us out, just as you have on the city, to give us the place to go. Let me give you some quick background. We're a small church of 20. We were renting the school. There were some comments about there's more schools, more renting that we could do there. Problem is, it's about $1,000 a month. We meet twice. We meet Sunday mornings and Wednesday nights. $1,000 for a month for 20 people is stiff. So what we were looking at was another solution. And my wife, Stacy, I was talking to the library, and it looked like it was about $300 a month. All right? And we were like, whoa, that's wonderful. Let's sign us up. We waited. We did the 2 weeks thing. We got in there, and it was fantastic. We love it. The meeting room holds up to 300 people. We're not 300. Good Lord willing, we will. The other room is 12. We use that on Wednesday nights, the large room on Sundays. Perfect. We go to renew it and found out it got canceled. I'm like, what happened? This is like the perfect environment. Weren't really told. It was just on hold. Okay, I got it. So I waited a couple more weeks and asked again. Everything good? No, we're putting it on hold because we're reviewing the policy because we need to review the policy. Okay, well, I'm all right with that. Now, what am I going to do in the meantime? Because I go back to school, it's another $1,000 a month I can't afford. So Mark was nice enough to say, hey, we all agreed that you can use the Mason House in the interim. Perfect, works out good. And we actually like it. It's really nice. We really appreciate it. Eventually, we'd like to get back into the library again. It's just a more fitting environment. So a lot of people are going, well, now what are you going to do? I don't know. To get something to rent in Leander, a building, an average cost for 1,000 square foot is $2,400 a month. I can't afford that. So what I'm saying is when you go back and look at the policy, yeah, some folks have made some comments about what the policy means and some of the comments in there, especially about the free will of money. Well, it's how churches survive. So I'd say please go back, look at the policy, amend it, clean it up a little bit more, even if you have to table it to redo it. But don't take away from people like myself. I've lived here for over 30 years, and I put a lot into this community myself. Thank you, and bless you all, and have a great night.
So, getting back to discussion of the item.
Council, I'm going to make a motion to adopt the policies with the amended red lines that we've seen here tonight and have been emailed to you, but removing the provision in the meeting study room area that talks about, maybe y'all can help me on this, Ms. Barbara, the provision that the church is concerned about with being able to solicit donations during their service, as well as on page 5, the bullet point that begins with users shall provide the library with a copy of their certificate of liability insurance, and the bullet point further down that includes the reservation of rights, and the entire removal of page 6.
I'm sorry, you're moving a little fast.
Security of premises or participants during use. We didn't even get to that part of the presentation, actually. The meeting room use.
Are you saying you want to remove the certificate of insurance requirement?
Yes, the certificate of liability insurance.
And what was after that?
And the reservation of rights. The entirety of page 6. Moving on to the meeting room use agreement. Page 2, item 5, the entirety of security. Also on page 2, item 6. On page 3, the user agreement. The area that says the use of any library meeting room is also subject to, oh, no, that's actually a good part. The use of any library meeting room is also subject to all government laws. We like that part. The no solicitation part, which is B. And the rest of it can be adopted in its entirety. Do I have a second? I'll wait.
All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second? All right, so motion fails.
I think this is an important issue that we need to consider. maybe tabling it, and if Christine has suggestions, maybe, have that drawn up and us to review it again.
Actually, I spent
And,
3 hours this week with the attorney and Mr. Tummins,
Okay.
and that's where the red lines came from that were already presented. I was told that another council member met with them and that this last part was a sticking issue, and that's why we're debating it now. I'm not in favor of tabling it, with all due respect, because it has been 2.5 months that people have been displaced from using it. And we just saw on the record, nobody wants to take responsibility for why it was shut down.
Wait, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Tummins, are you saying 2.5 months? Now, I could have my dates wrong, but that means we stopped renting rooms back in May?
Yes.
How is that possible?
How is that possible?
When the story time was announced, meeting rooms were halted. All new rentals were halted. It was not a council action. It was not brought to us.
That was in May?
That was in May.
They rented to the open.
It was
cathedral,
already under
right?
contract. Things that were already under contract were able to continue.
Okay. So I'm hearing Mr. Tummins talk about the fact that we need more space in the library. Am I understanding? And forgive me, we're all tired, and my eyes hurt, and I can't even read this anymore. But I mean, there's a lot of issues at play here.
Agreed.
And that is something to be considered. Do we offer that space to you? Do we continue renting it? Is it a revenue resource that we need to consider that's going to allow for something else? And I mean, with all due respect, I am all for churches. I go to a church, a very reasonably large church that started out with 15 people, and I was not part of that in the beginning, but met in someone's home, and it grew. No, we don't have a lot of places to meet in Leander, but it is not up to the city to provide that at this point. I don't believe. I mean, if I'm wrong, somebody tell me. I don't think that is what we're supposed to do. If we have space available, it should be made available to anyone. So not to discriminate in any way against anyone. But because of that, there are a lot of things to consider, and I'm not comfortable making a vote on anything tonight.
But see, that's the thing. There are a lot of things to consider, and we have had 2.5 months to consider them.
This is the first time we've discussed it.
We've had less than 5 days to look over some of these changes in the red lines. Some of the red lines aren't even in here.
Yeah, it's been very hard for me to follow, and I'm not comfortable making a vote on anything until I see exactly what we're voting on finished in my hands, and we discuss I just think this is important enough.
It is important, but also what's important to note is that this issue about space was not brought up in any meetings, any emails. When the policy expanded to allow for more groups to use the library space in early 2018, the issue of not having enough room was not brought up. It's not until we have letters saying that this version of the policy is not very legal according to the Supreme Court that all of a sudden space is an issue. And I have a serious problem with that.
Well, I've never heard about the space either. I mean, I'm dealing with actuals, and this is actually the first meeting that we've discussed it. So that's all I can comment about. I know that there was a change made prior to, us being on council, but that I was not part of that discussion, and I mean, again, this is the first time I've heard about this myself. Yes, if we can do that. Yes, I will make a motion to table this until we can discuss it. And
table it for what purpose? What are we looking for?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking for a clarification to the motion.
I'm not prepared to make a vote tonight.
If you're going to table it, it needs to be date certain. Otherwise, you can postpone.
So-
Or you can just take
Go ahead,
no
Jason.
action.
You could vote to take no action.
Then I vote to take no action. Okay, go ahead, Jason, please.
I'm going to apologize in advance. This is 19 hours and 10 minutes of city business today, so I'm just a little bit tired. This one is difficult for me, right? I have my beliefs, But I also know that I'm having a hard enough time getting myself into heaven, and trying to force my beliefs on other people is not ever going to work. I know there's a few people in this room that know what the price of freedoms are, that have seen it firsthand, and I'm one of them. And it doesn't matter what I believe about what somebody else is doing. And I am not an ally. I am solid in my beliefs. However, if it is not illegal, at this point we should allow it because it was allowed before this. And I know I'm going to take some heat from people. And this is not, look, I'm not, if it's not illegal, right, then we should just fix the language, keep it safe. We can't force people to pay money when somebody else threatens them. It's not right. It's not why soldiers die. It's not what our country was founded on. No, I don't want applause. This is a difficult issue, and it's a shame that this is where we're at as a society. It's a shame. It's a shame that we're sitting up here at 12:15 trying to discuss whether to rent a room and to who to rent the room to and how to draw those policies. And again, I apologize because here in another 4 hours, we're going to have to get up and go spend another 12 hours doing city business and then prepare for the next agenda. I just hope that we can start being civil to each other in this town because everybody's watching right now, everything we do. And Greg, it's not keyboard warriors, it's keyboard cowards. And they're destroying us. They're dividing this city. And we better get back to conversation or this gets worse and worse. And most of y'all have probably not seen what happens in countries where it gets out of control, where it's no longer containable. I have, and it's not pretty.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
I'm going to second the motion to pull this. I personally don't feel like I know enough about it, and that it's kind of all over the place, and I think we need to take our time and make sure we've got the right policy.
Didn't you meet with the attorney over this?
Yes. I'm not comfortable making a decision. I've heard it go this way, I've heard it go that way, and I'm not. And I do have the right to make a second. So
I didn't
that's
dispute
what
your
I'm
right to
doing.
make a second. I was just clarifying. Thank you.
So we do have a first and we do have a second to pull this, to take no action. So all in favor? All opposed? All right. Motion passes 5-1 to take no action. All right. Moving to the addendum. Thank you, Mr. Timmons. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you all for your work on this. I know it's been exhausting.
Discuss funding sources and consider action on Leander priorities as necessary, previously approved by City Council on April 4th, 2019 for potential Williamson County bond election.
Do you want Wayne to give you a little historic data on that, or is everybody up to speed?
Mine didn't have that. I didn't know what you were talking. But I'm.
All right, I'm just going to do a quick review of the past actions on this item. On April the 4th, the council considered a resolution for submitting projects to the county for their 2019 or anticipated 2019 bond election in November. Staff made some recommendations. It was discussed at council. Council, I believe, took one of the staff's recommendations for the transportation programs. Now, it also involved parks. There was a motion made by Councilman Seiler and seconded by Mayor Hill to submit to the county, to approve a resolution to submit to the county the following projects: Hero Way at East 183 I'm reading the minutes here. Hero Way at East 183A to city limits, Baghdad Road at Collaborative Road to city limits, and San Gabriel from Baghdad Road to 183A, and the vote was 7-0 on that. And then we submitted those projects to the county. I believe you have that in your packet. In that process, we submitted, the Baghdad Road and the San Gabriel, and we had to prioritize those, and we prioritized those in the order in which the motion was made, with Hero Way being the first project. What we submitted to the county was right-of-way for Hero Way within the city limits of Leander, and that was submitted with 0% participation. We submitted the Baghdad Road project to the county with actually our participation, including our own cost, $500,000 worth of estimated utility relocations. We were 51.2% participation in that project, and we submitted the San Gabriel project on a 50-50 basis to the county. And that's basically the background, and so I'll await your questions, directions, and discussion.
Okay, I'll jump in. I was called by Commissioner Long and asked to restate and clarify the council's priorities in this project, primarily because there was a little bit of confusion that I believe that the council had determined that Hero Way was the priority, and then Baghdad and San Gabriel. However, when it was submitted to the county, it was not prioritized by way of matching funds. So if you look at April 4th executive summary, it clearly says in the background here that projects will be evaluated in part by the percentage of local cost participation. So by the council saying Hero Way is a priority and then saying we're going to participate with $0, that goes against. And not only that, we did not specify Hero Way right of way only, because I don't want right. I want them to put in both of the frontage roads. So I just want to clarify that council understands that right now what was submitted to the county is Baghdad Road to the northern boundary, $9.6 million, and San Gabriel from Baghdad Road east of 183A, and the map was in the thing, $5.2 million, and Hero Way 0. And so, number one, we need to rank those and reflect that with the amount of matching dollars that the city is willing to participate in. But secondarily, and I'm sure we were told, can you remind us where are these funds coming from? The wishing well behind your house?
Well, that's yet to be determined. I believe that Mr. Powers has noted in your executive summary where there are some existing funds that are left over from the CO. I believe approximately $5 million, and then there's also some extra GO bond funds, but they are, I believe, obligated because they're GO bonds voted on by the voters that specified San Gabriel. I would like to note that I just want you to know where the 0% came from. If I get back to I put together two options on Hero Way. Hero Way option 1, right of way only at $24.6 million within the city limits, 0 city participation. Hero Way option 2, right of way and construction of all frontage roads at $66.9 million, with city at 50-50 for construction only, for $20 million cost to the city, or city at 20% of the $69.9 million at $8 million. the 20% being what would be a local match with an 80-20 grant from TxDOT or from the federal government. And I was instructed to use option one. So
Which was $0.
what was
Right of
submitted.
way only.
Yes, ma'am.
No design, no construction, $0.
Just acquisition right away only. Yes, ma'am.
So by that direction, it has left Williamson County Commissioners with the understanding that Hero Way is not a priority. Based on, again, projects will be evaluated in part by the percentage of local cost participation. So I would like to clarify, they would like us to clarify through a vote of what our priority is and in what order and what dollars we are willing to match with this. So, do you want me to just make a motion?
This is prior to this, correct?
Yes.
So make sure I didn't miss something.
No, you didn't. I feel like we all kind of missed a little bit on this because we prioritized them but didn't assign money, and then, you know, by saying we prioritize Hero Way, but then what got sent to the county was just right of way only with zero cost participation. That is not saying Hero Way is a priority. So.
Does Hero Way B or C accomplish what they're trying to accomplish in this area?
Just to keep it clean, because the county has already received all of it. I can't see even with my glasses, but so we have Baghdad at 9.6 million. We have Hero Way at 0, and San Gabriel Parkway at 4.259. I would make a recommendation. We've all determined Hero Way as a priority. So I would make a recommendation that instead of putting nearly $10 million on Baghdad, which is, if you look at the map, taking Baghdad from where it is right now, I guess, by Glen High School, north to the county, north to the city limits, 4 lanes, nice big fat road that will serve no commercial business. I would recommend we take those funds and put that on Hero Way with no limitations on just right of way, or just design, say this is how much we can throw at Hero Way. We've been negotiating with TxDOT in Williamson County, well, since 2004, right. For a long time. And I would hope that they would both then participate to help us get that road built. And then I would say I move the money from San Gabriel Parkway, which currently goes, for, the design in your packet was to go from Baghdad all the way east through the TOD to the other side of 183A. I don't know what money's already been spent in the TOD on these roads, but we're having, I mean, there's going to be roadway assessment fees. These roads have already, seems like they've been funded. So I would say take that money and put it on Baghdad, because Baghdad does lead to the new Williamson County Park. So I would assume Williamson County would like that we're willing to do that, and scratch San Gabriel Parkway.
I pretty much agree, actually. Those would be my priorities, would be definitely Hero Way. You know, looking at Baghdad versus San Gabriel, you know, just trying to predict what's the bigger need to develop commercial, for instance.
Well,
I'm not sure.
San Gabriel most likely will have commercial on it versus Baghdad, but my question is, what other funds have already been approved for San Gabriel?
Just the GO bond funds, and it only incorporates the area east of County Road 270, between Reagan and 270. That's what the GO bond funds were voted on and what they are allocated for. There are no funds allocated currently for San Gabriel from Baghdad to County Road 270.
And so if you're looking at Baghdad, I guess no one can pull up the maps here, but if San Gabriel from Baghdad to the TOD, San Gabriel in the TOD seems like it's wide enough and fine.
It's got an ultimate
I mean, it's
section,
got
but
St.
it
David's
just
on one side and North Line on the south.
right, correct.
And so we're looking at San Gabriel from Baghdad Road to 183, basically, is needing widening, but it's a pretty good new road.
Well, that's correct. I mean, it's 2 lanes currently. Originally planned by the county to be 6 lanes.
Okay.
The city is of the opinion that it doesn't need to be 6 lanes. You know, we're not going to have an X Park out there anymore.
Right.
That type of thing that may have required 6 lanes. We believe 4 lanes is a proper section.
Question on the San Gabriel, are we not asking for that exit off of 183A
Oh,
on San Gabriel?
it's not part of the county bond program. It's a different situation. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but that, the widening of the road, would that not be a major, as an exit off of the tollway, would that not be a consideration? Just trying to put that all together.
I apologize.
It's okay.
It's late for
It
me,
is
and I'm
late.
not
It's early,
comprehending the point
actually.
of
It's
the question.
early.
So if you have to hit me again with it, so.
The, and maybe I'm not understanding, I need a visual myself. So we're talking about possibly widening San Gabriel from Baghdad to 183, old 183.
To 183, I believe it's
A?
183A. Let's see, it is to.
And I think that may be
Let
north
me-
of it anyway.
Give me a second.
And
to
I'm
look
just
here.
remembering
My
the,
memory's just gone to pot, so.
well, mine too, I'm with you. 183A, the exit that we were talking about having off of 183A for the extension.
I believe well, hold on a second. I have the motion right here.
Yes.
Let's check the motion to 183A.
183A,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I guess, Wayne, can I ask you, I'm sorry, I know everyone's so tired, but we have to get this done for Commissioner Court on Tuesday.
Okay.
So I apologize, but we need to get this cleared up. So what basis was used to choose Baghdad and San Gabriel and some of the other choices? Because we've made it clear we want to spend money on infrastructure for economic development.
Well, the basis was the motion passed by council.
But
On April
city
the 4th.
came to us with several examples, several suggestions.
Yes, ma'am.
They came to us with San Gabriel Parkway basically, and Horizon Park to 2243. So,
Well, there again, that was a staff proposal. There were some instructions involved in that proposal, and council discussed it and went a different direction, and we followed council's directions.
okay. Do you believe that economic development will get driven by putting money towards San Gabriel Parkway, not in the TOD, but west of 183?
Well, it will be, but it's a matter of priorities and where you get the biggest bang for your buck. I think we need to concentrate our dollars and funds on Hero Way. That's my personal opinion.
I think we can agree on that for
Okay.
sure. I just don't want to ignore the San Gabriel going into North Line and
Right.
on the other side. But
So there are the maps that came with it. So then I guess that's the question is, as far as the county is concerned, do you have a feel for what would be most favorable for them to grant us if we put all the money in getting Hero Way all the way realigned versus splitting it out into St. Gabriel and Hero? Or Baghdad?
Well, my biggest concern with Hero Way is the timing of getting right-of-way and frontage roads in place. If we don't get right-of-way and frontage roads in place, it's going to be years before the main lanes are built. We all know that.
Right.
But if we do not get the right-of-way and frontage roads constructed, we're going to hamper and delay development in one of the most important parts of the city as far as additional development goes.
Where we've designated 1,200 acres as
Yes.
employment district, yet have
Yes, ma'am.
no infrastructure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's it.
Concentrate on Hero Way.
Well, I would like to, we're going to need to supply what share we're going to, there's some economic strategy there, and I need some guidance or some discussion about what we're going to submit. I assume we're going to resubmit on the county's desired forms based on this discussion tonight. And so part of that is what my estimate was, 26.4 million or 20, I believe it was, for right-of-way only. And with right-of-way and construction of frontage roads, it's some big bucks. It's 66 million plus.
But we're going to push TxDOT and Wilco to help share that load.
And as I recall, and I'm not certain about this because I came along after it was already completed, but I believe 183A, I believe Williamson County purchased all of that right-of-way themselves. Is that correct?
On 183A?
183A, yes, ma'am. Did Williamson County provide that right-of-way to CTRMA? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I thought that was the case.
I think they said that they had the right-of-way, so CTRMA already has it. I don't know who paid for it, though.
All right. I thought it was a Williamson County project, but it may have been in combination and in partnership with TxDOT or CTRMA. I'm not certain. I don't know what the county expects and what they would like to see, what they need as far as our participation to proceed with the process. And I would like to know whether you want to approach this as a right-of-way only issue or as a right-of-way and frontage road issue.
I want it all the way. I don't want to limit our request to right-of-way and frontage road. I would say right-of-way, design and construction of both frontage roads. Let's ask for the entire cake, knowing we're not going to get it. But so then my question to you is, at some point, someone on staff said we have $14 million we can put towards these Williamson County road. That's what we offered.
That we propose that as the city's share.
As the city's share.
Participation. Unfunded. It's not funded yet. I mean, we don't have, if we had $14 million sitting in the bank, we'd be building something else with it, I'm sure, right now. So that is a proposal. It would have to be subsequently funded, whether it's the right-of-way and frontage roads we're talking about now. I'm not certain how the county plans to fund their share other than the bond issue. And I haven't had a chance to talk to the county about where they're going, what they consider a proper participation by our city in this process. It may be that we may want to consider going 50-50 on a right-of-way, and then it's an 80-20 county deal on building the frontage roads. I would think the frontage roads would be eligible. Well, they will be eligible for federal participation, which is going to be an 80-20 situation with the feds providing 80%, the county and whatever other entity, Leander, Georgetown, partnering with the 20% share.
So if we dropped out saying Gabriel and Baghdad, because I also understand just from our retreat, et cetera, that none of us want to take out any new COs or anything like that. But if we drop that out and went straight to the 9.6 million that was going to Baghdad and just say, put all that money on Hero Way and let you ask for the moon.
Okay.
We may not get it. What do you think? I mean, I don't know. I've never submitted to this before.
The first part, I wish I knew a little bit more about the counties thinking about this, and I apologize. I wasn't exactly aware of how this discussion would occur, and so otherwise I may have inquired and got a little bit more information. We know that the frontage roads are going to be an 80-20 situation with the feds. The right-of-way, I'm not so sure. I don't know if the feds are going to participate in that right-of-way or not. It's my unsupported thought with nothing behind it that I believe that they're going to look for Williamson County and the local entities to provide the right-of-way. I don't know if that's true or not.
And since council had already approved to spend $14 million, or
I mean, I think we can say that was not in the motion, and those dollar figures were not discussed with council. I think the only dollar figures would have been related to San Gabriel, because I think that was one of the ones that staff proposed. What we might do is take the dollar participation that we propose for Baghdad and for San Gabriel and plug that into the Hero Way project, regardless of whether it's and I would say, I mean, the first step in doing any of this is we're going to have to get the right of way, and then the county's going to finish up the environmental assessment, which they are in the process, I believe, going through procurement on right now. I think that's the way to approach it. Now, the issue is, I think does the council want to use? We want to allot all that money in our proposal to the county, that's going to be our participation in the purchase of the right-of-way, which is the dollars that we're talking about. It's going to be about a 50-50 split for the purchase of right-of-way.
I think I would like to make the motion not limiting, so that you can speak with the county.
Okay. All right.
And find out which percentage combination is going to
most
most
advantageous
likely
for us.
get
Right.
us awarded the money.
I can do that.
I'm sorry I've lost everyone here, but this is important, and the timing is critical. So I would like to make a motion to resubmit to the Williamson County proposed road bond for Hero Way for $9,650,500. That's what was on David Hayes' thing. To be proportioned.
And the San Gabriel dollars.
Oh, and also the $4,259,500. So that total is. Are you adding it up? Sorry.
We'll add it up later.
Okay. To be put towards Hero Way as our priority, to be proportioned as Mr. Watts deems most advantageous for the bidding process.
And we'll withdraw the other two projects.
And withdraw the other two projects, yes, sir. Sorry, Dara. So the motion is that. Would you like me to do it again?
I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Wayne, for being patient with me.
What we'll need to do is get Wayne to make that, and then get back with you to make sure everything's in everybody's back pocket, and we understand exactly what we did and what's available.
Perfect.
I'm still a little bit confused about the amount of money that's available. So.
Well, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
All right, at this time, we're going to move to closing comments.
Well, I have 20 key issues I want to talk about. I just want to say, I appreciate so much our residents, citizens coming out and speaking. The passion is very much appreciated, and so many of our ideas, I'm sure, former council and present council, ideas come from residents, and solutions come from residents. We have a lot of smart people here, and I think, coming and speaking and sharing that with us, it helps us to, it gives us another way of looking at things sometimes, because it's not about us. It's not about us. So I appreciate when people show up and fill up the room. I mean, the passion is amazing. I wish more people would do that more often. So next meeting, we're talking about turning off the electricity, I believe, cutting off the power supply to Leander. Isn't that what we're talking about next time? So so hopefully we'll have a lot more people come and tell us. Right. No, I am kidding. I'm just kidding. Anyway, thank you.
Good night.
I just want to say that we're all here volunteering our time, trying to do our best. We make mistakes and we try to own up to them. We're not perfect, but I personally have been attacked throughout some of this stuff, and I haven't said a word one way or the other. Nobody knows me or knows my beliefs. I try to operate under love God and love people, and I'm just trying to do my best. So I want to thank everyone who came out tonight, especially staff and all your hard work. And there you go. That's it.
Good night as well. I think tonight this was a difficult one for somebody who's just trying to go ahead and trying to help the city. And in one way, some of the comments and some of the attitudes I really didn't appreciate tonight. And I just want to say that publicly because I don't say that stuff much. And I expect you guys are expecting me to do certain things and me to act certain ways. And I really want to do a good job with that. And whether you've been here before or not been there before, man, you guys are guys that I'm trying to look for to try to know how to do this job. And like I said during the campaign, I'm saying during now, like I want us to do the better thing. And eye rolling doesn't help. And so I just would appreciate the same kind of respect that I tried to give you when you were there too. So thank you.
Okay, it's been a long day for everybody. We've had a lot of talk lately about the various rights enumerated in the Bill of Rights and all the amendments, among them the first and the sixth this evening. And I wanted to point out that this summer is the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which is the women's right to vote. And this was something that began being talked about at the founding of our country, and it really took on a lot more action around the time of the Civil War, and it wasn't until 100 years ago this summer that it finally happened. So in honor of the 19th Amendment, I would just like to quote one of my favorite human beings to ever walk the earth, Abigail Adams, with Remember the Ladies. Thanks.
So, we started tonight with some history lessons, so I'm going to revisit some of those. For 12 years, we had no Saturday service with Capital Metro. We are now getting a commitment for Saturday service for the bus until next year when we can get it with the rail. We had no connector service a month ago, and we were told by Cap Metro in a meeting in this chamber that connector service was not going to be available in Leander, but maybe someday. We now have a commitment that that connector service is going to be available, which is very important to connecting Old Town to the train station. So I don't view these as stupid, a waste of time. I view them as conversations that we've been avoiding for a long time and that were necessary and very fruitful. And I commend Eric, I commend Brandy Clark for being willing to engage in these conversations. You know, it's, we do need an expansion of the system, quite frankly, and we do need relief from the cost structure that evidently was set by the legislature and imposed on smaller cities like Leander that really are, cumbersome for us and create a financial struggle for us. And that is not something that we can wish it away, ignore it, or pretend it isn't there. So we're going to keep having these conversations. I can tell you, I've been doing this, 4 years now. There are more things going on in Leander today than at any time that I've been serving in any capacity. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of this council. I'm proud of the people that have done this before that got us to this point. And I can tell you that, I've met with some really nice restaurants. We've got commitments that are coming to Leander. I mean, I've never had that in 4 years. We've got commitments from, major restaurants from the Austin area, from ones in Cedar Park, from very recognizable names that they're going to be opening. That's what our citizens have been asking for. We're talking to a multi-billion-dollar company in California about moving a manufacturing plant, a headquarters, a business hotel, convention space. I've never had those conversations before in 4 years. So whatever we want to attribute that to, things are happening now that haven't in the past. And quite frankly, I think it has a lot to do with the people sitting up here, the council, that has changed the language of what we want and what we're going to do, and become very intentional about what we want in Leander. Because our citizens have said it now 2 election cycles. We want development. We want action. We want it to happen. I intend to push through. That's not going to be something that some people in this chamber, are going to support, but we're going to do it. And I'm going to keep doing it as long as I'm up here, because I believe that our best days are ahead of us. And I think it would be kind of nice if we all started rowing in the same direction, even past council members. We kind of need everybody on board. And it would be nice, instead of just getting criticism for every single thing, if you actually participated in the conversation. So I applaud the council, and I like the change in direction, and I think our citizens are going to like the change in direction. So thank you, staff. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the hard work that you do. Thank you very much. And with that, could I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, so be it. The time is 12:50.